Hello and welcome to the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium in Nassau. This is the second and final evening of the IAAF BTC World Relays. The third edition of this event getting underway under clear skies last evening, but as you can see, wind and rain has blown in to challenge some of the world's top athletes from more than 30 nations who are contesting the golden baton here in the Bahamas. Good evening from Tony Husband. Joining me in the commentary box, three-time world champion and Olympic gold medalist Dan O'Brien and Olympic bronze medalist Catherine Merry. We'll hear from them as we take a look back at the highlights of our first day. Relay drama all the way, and the USA made it 3 for 3 in the women's 4x800 meters. A new championship record, Elaine Thompson, the golden girl, anchoring Jamaica to 4x200 meters gold. And then in the 4x100 meters, it all went wrong in the heats for one of the big favorites, Jamaica. Into the final, and the drama continued. The United States, perhaps the team to beat, but they were up against some strong competition. The Canadians went out though. They dropped the baton, and Britain had a late blunder as well in the home straight. So it was gold for the United States. After our first day of competition, this is the scoreboard in the race for the golden baton here in Nassau. United States on the top, 22 points. Australia with a good first day showing, and Jamaica in third. How will the complexion of that scoreboard change on this second and final evening? Well, as you can see, we are getting all types of conditions. Some heavy rain showers today. We've had sunshine as well at times, but when the clouds move in, the rain and wind certainly has a force behind it, but it hasn't put off the spectators outside enjoying all the hospitality that's been provided here in the Bahamas. And when they get into the stands, they're heading up high, well nourished as well, and staying dry as much as they can. We have 7 finals and 3 very important B finals as well to bring you tonight, as well as heats in the 4x200 meters and 4x100 meters for women. So Dan and Catherine, first question has to be, as we look through the schedule, how are these conditions going to affect the athletes out there tonight?
Well, first of all, forget the conditions. When you look at a schedule like that, you're glad you're a track fan. Look at all those finals, and not only are they finals, they're relays. That's everybody's favorite event on the schedule. So I think the rain is going to come and go. These athletes have to battle it. It's not cold here, which is very, very fortunate.
Well, we see the athletes arriving earlier. The weather was a little bit better then, but no, we're used to all conditions. Not expected, of course, in the Bahamas. We expect it to be an island bathed in sunshine all the time, but the big names are here. There's Daphne Schippers from the Netherlands. She's taking part, and it's all about redemption for some teams tonight after some disasters yesterday, and for others it's about forging ahead. So no, the weather will be disappointing for them, but let's not forget what's at stake. Top 8 in the finals of the 4x1 and the 4x4s get automatic qualifying for London. But those B finals that Dan alluded to and you alluded to, Tony, they're important because any problems in A finals and you place well in a B final, you get upgraded like 3 teams did last night in the men's 4x100 meter relay. So a lot to look forward to. It is exciting, and it's just relays. Drama, lots of drama, right? We guarantee it, don't we, guys?
Certainly do, as we see the Botswanas, and they could be one of the teams celebrating later tonight, and that is the scene over the stadium. We've just had a very, very heavy shower, and it is cloudy. Those clouds have moved fast as well, I can tell you, in the last couple of hours, but it's very comfortable temperatures.
Well, you ask what's annoying when it rains as an athlete. There's the warm-up area in the back of the shot, the red track contrasting with the blue track here. You see the tents. Every single country, Dan, you mentioned them yesterday, has their own little tent where everything happens, and it's always crowded, it's always busy, especially when you're looking at what? 8 teams, 4 athletes apiece. That's a lot of athletes warming up for one event on the track. It's a busy part of the world.
Well, and you and I certainly spent a lot of time on that practice track. This is where these athletes come out every single day to do their training. But it's just a feeling of excitement, and everybody over there is pretty calm until they get the call. They get the call, and it was first call men's 400, first call men's 4 by 200 meters, and then the jitterbugs and your nerves kick in.
We are, of course, dealing in relays, and we keep coming back to that central point. This is about getting that baton round. Talk about not being concerned about the conditions, but they could be running into the face of some stormy conditions through the evening.
Well, they certainly could. What's good about a competition like this is it's preparation for bigger events down the road. There's a lot at stake. There's the qualifying for the World Championships. There's money here at stake, but you don't know what you're going to run into at the World Championships, at your own national team trials. So running in weather like this is great preparation for down the road.
But sometimes rain and metal batons do not mix, so they've got to keep hold of it as well. That's a factor for the teams in terms of the slippiness. And it's all about those places for London, potentially, but there's some big bucks on offer as well, isn't there? £1.26 million of prize money, $50,000. And we discussed this yesterday, but the federations are allowed to divide up any prize money how they like for their teams. But there's some big prize money and there's some big names. But no, there's so much to look forward to. I'm really looking forward to the whole evening as usual. And even when it rains in the Bahamas, it still manages to be extremely colourful.
Certainly does. We saw all the theatre yesterday and learned a little bit about Junkanoo, and also we saw Bingo the mascot here for these World Relays. But you can just see the puddles out there on the warm-up track, and well, there's a fair few out there on the main track as well at the moment. But we are in a part of the world where things change very, very quickly.
Well, when you're saying that, it's starting to get a little bit brighter already over the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. That will please the athletes, but they're the Nigerians. And what's good, let's not forget at these World Relays, pure relays, different relays. Yes, 4x1s, 4x4s, but 4x2s, 4x8s. And this year, the addition of a mixed 4x400 meter relay. In 2014, it was a 4x1500. Then they changed it to a distance medley relay. 2017, a mixed 4x4.
Well,
much innovation.
Sebastian Coe said the sport has to progress, the sport has to change, and what better way to do it than here at the relays?
Well, we'll have lots of innovations, as you mentioned, throughout the course of this coverage, including for the first time, we will see a body camera in the 4x800 meters relay later this evening. And it will be on the refugee team and on the Mexican team. So we will take you literally right into the heart of the action.
That is going to be so cool. Well, I'm going to see how steady it is, but it will give people an idea of how fast people run. So we've set this up for you, the second and final night of action at these IAAF BTC World Relays. And we're kicking off with the heats of the men's 4x200 meters. Ignore the rain falling down. The athletes are coming out in fancy style. They're ramping up for the finals. That's the Kenyan team. They'll start in lane number 7. Great Britain, Northern Ireland do not start. They were due in lane 8. Poland in lane number 6.
Running out of lane number 5 will be Germany.
Germany in lane number 5.
In lane 4, please welcome Jamaica.
There's the roar for the Jamaican team. Nickel Ashmead, Caddick Hines, O'Shane Bailey and Warren Weir. No Johan Blake yet. He is here. We saw him arriving earlier. And here's the team from Canada. I was talking about redemption earlier. An absolute nightmare in the 4x1 final last night. But DeGrasse is back. They'll start in 3. And Trinidad and Tobago will start in lane number 2. So already, Dan, in this first event, we have to look at the 2 big teams. They're pitting Canada in 3, Jamaica in 4. The fans are in town. They're colourful. But Canada had a bit of a nightmare last night, but they're back now to try and do something a little bit better in the 4x2.
Well, both Jamaica and Canada had disastrous evenings. Both had an opportunity to take gold from the U.S. while the U.S. team wasn't appearing that strong. Canada looked fantastic. Andre DeGrasse really toying with Justin Gatlin down the home straight of that heat, and then Jamaica, you know, they didn't get the baton halfway around the track before they flubbed it. So both teams tonight are going to come in, I think, here, get through the heats, make really safe passes, and then lay it down in the finals. Both teams really have something to prove tonight.
Well, they do indeed, and there's confirmation of the qualification for the final later. First 3 in each heat and the next 2 fastest. And 2 heats in total. Nickel Ashmead, lane number 4. There he is, setting up his blocks. Robin Irua of the German team in lane number 5, tying up his laces. And as Dan mentioned, 2 major nations in sprinting terms. Jamaica and now Canada, to be fair to them, with their major championship medals, didn't have a good night.
Well, so much great history with the Jamaicans. They've just absolutely dominated the 4x100 meters. They broke the world record in this event in 2015, but really since Usain Bolt has come on the scene in 2007, they've won absolutely everything from the 200 meters down. Canada certainly has a nice history in sprinting as well, and Andre DeGrasse wants to recapture that.
So, in previous years, it's been a Jamaica win in 2014, a Jamaica win in 2015. But as we saw last night in the first evening of action, we'll get the baton around safely in this rarely run event. Gavin Smelly will set off the Canadian team to Brendan Rodney, Andre DeGrasse and Aaron Brown. It's a tidy team. So here's the lineup then for the first heat in the men's 4x200 meters. Kenya will start in lane number 7. Poland, lane number 6. Rafael Amalko will lead the Polish team home. Germany in 5. Michael Bryant will run the last 200-meter leg. And a cheer from the crowd for the Jamaicans in 4. Ashmead, Hines, Bailey and Weir. Canada in lane number 3. One of the fastest men in the world, Olympic medalist Andre DeGrasse, will go on the 3rd leg. And Trinidad and Tobago will start off in lane number 2.
On your marks.
The first heat of the men's 4x200 meter relay. The first 3 guaranteed a place in the final. Trinidad and Tobago in 2, Canada in 3, Jamaica 4, Germany 5, Poland in 6 and Kenya in 7. Can's lane 3 and 4 right the wrongs of last night.
Set.
So it was a long hole, but we're up and running. Oh, well, it was a late recall by the starter. We never make assumptions in commentary, do we, Dan, in terms of false start? We leave it to the officials to sort out. The reaction time, of course, cannot be broken. And you kind of half hope it's not Canada or Jamaica after the disasters that they had in a 4x1.
Well, you certainly hope it wasn't, but I saw a lot of movement there at the start of that race, and it wasn't the athletes. Down the track in front of a camera as they were getting ready to start, a giant umbrella just blew apart, and I don't know if that distracted some guys or there was a lot of movement.
Well, Gavin Smelly,
oh wow,
the Canadian lead-off man as we speak. You see him in the center of your shot, arms in the air. Well, it's the first event of the evening, and we're talking about drama. Let's have a look at this again. Keep an eye on lane number 4.
Set.
Well, Ashmead was fine. He looked over his shoulder. Smelly in lane number 3. There's two things you do here as an athlete. You stand your ground, understandably. And also ask for justification.
Make any moves early.
Well, there's the clapping of Nickel Ashmead. And the waving of the hand and the salute by Gavin Smelly. But they've all got to compose themselves now, and not just Gavin Smelly, all of the Canadian team.
Well, and everybody's cheering because they want to see a race.
Of course. So, the first heat of the men's 4x200 meters. Let me remind you, Trinidad and Tobago in 2, Canada in 3, Jamaica in 4, Germany in 5, Poland in 6, and Kenya in 7.
Set.
We're up and we're running. Smelly going well, as is the Kenyan on the outside in lane number 7. All the way down the back straight. Gavin Smelly looking in good form, looking to hand on to Brendan Rodney. There's the Jamaican. Nickel Ashmead hands it over to Chadwick Hines.
Well, that was a great run by Nickel Ashmead and Gavin Smelly, but the Kenyans really are looking good on the outside. Otieno did a wonderful job, but here come the Jamaicans.
Well, the Jamaicans are flying with Hines. Nyangu of Kenya, though, has run a decent leg. The second changeover. The crowd start to cheer. Andre de Grasse, the Olympic medalist in lane number 3, cutting back the stagger and the deficit. The slim figure, the flying figure.
Wow, Andre de Grasse looks absolutely fantastic. He blew past the Jamaicans just like he was toying with Justin Gatlin last night.
Aaron Brown for Canada swings into the straight. Warren Weir, he's on the charge. The Jamaican trying to catch the man with the lead. He looks over his shoulder. Aaron Brown, Canada take it. Jamaica pick up second. And a good run by Emmanuel Callender from Trinidad and Tobago brings them up into the bronze medal position. That's what the crowd wanted to see. A good race and a good performance by one of the best relay teams in the short sprints in the world, the Canadians.
Well, during that little time that it took for the Canadians to get back in the race, the stadium camera went on Andre de Grasse. A crowd went up. Everybody in the stadium wanted to see Andre de Grasse run. He looked absolutely phenomenal. It looks effortless for him.
Let me remind you, that was just a heat. I got so excited with the lineup that the Canadians posted. That wasn't a final, but the first, second and third were Canada, Jamaica and Trinidad and Tobago. They all automatically progressed into the final. Look at Andre de Grasse' hand, the loud shout, the signal to put your hand back.
These
Wow.
are colorful batons, and I had a chance to talk to some people in the mix zone. They're plastic batons, so they don't weigh very much, and so you've got to make sure that you get that baton into the other athlete's hand. I think that's why we saw some drops last night.
Well, Aaron Brown really taking the wide outside line. Look at Warren Weir, the experience of Warren Weir, making sure the Jamaicans are through this time. Wow, what a first race to kick us off on this second evening. Canada, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago automatically through. Already, that's set up for a wonderful final. Confirmation of the 4x200 meters relay men. The first heat is done. Canada, Jamaica, Trinidad and Tobago. They're automatically through to the final later.
Well, some real drama to get us started on this second evening here in Nassau. That's the view we can bring you from our drone camera, hovering high above the stadium. And it's a really good atmosphere inside this venue. They certainly love their athletics in this part of the world. And of course, we've got big traveling contingents as well from the likes of Jamaica. Outside, warm-up area. Kind of physical and mental preparation going on for these athletes right outside at the moment. Gentle warm-ups, pause for thought, and then inside, ready for the big call.
All 8 lanes to be filled tonight in heat
It's
2.
heat 2,
Here's Turks and
men's
Caicos
4x200 meters. Turks and Caicos Islands will be in lane 8.
Kitts and Nevis.
And there's St. Kitts and Nevis over on the inside in lane 7.
In lane 6, the United States.
Big cheer for the United States. And it's a quartet
In lane 5 will
led
be
off by
France.
Noah Lyles. The French will be in lane 5.
In lane number 4, welcome the hosts, the Bahamas.
Terrific roar for the Bahamians. Adrian Griffith will lead them off, the experienced relay runner. From elsewhere down in the Caribbean, Antigua and Barbuda. And here are the dangerous Chinese. Strong quartet.
And lane 1 will be Venezuela.
And it's Venezuela who will be in lane 1.
4x200 meters.
15 countries in all having a tilt at this 4x200 meters. Confirmation of the lineup. Heat 2, 4x200 meters relay for men. United States will be in lane 6. The home team, the Bahamas, dead center. Lane 4.
Well, a lot of intrigue after that first heat where we had Canada for a moment out of the race, then put back in. They win that heat, will advance to the final. Now we're seeing if momentum can continue for Team USA, trying to capture their 3rd consecutive golden baton. Otto, what do you see?
Tony, we get a chance to see Andre de Grasse as he cheers on Aaron Brown. And we see a German athlete go down. Things are very slippery out there. You've got to stay on your toes. If you don't stay on your toes, you don't have any tread. You hit your heels in some sprint spikes on water, on a Mondo surface like this, you're bound to go down.
Yes, this was a new surface laid in 2014 ahead of the very first World Relays here in the Bahamas. And it's had to take a lot of rainwater today. And an interesting point about the battens that you raised there, Dan, at the end of the last race. A light feel of just a pure plastic. There's Chavez Hart, very popular Bahamian athlete. He's won Bahamian national championships over the last few years, both the 100 and 200 meters. Good reception for him. He'll be on the anchor with Adrian Griffith, the veteran, on the opening leg. There's the Chinese. We just saw Liang, who's a very talented junior.
But you see them asking the official to ask them to point out exactly where that 20-meter exchange zone is, so they can put their mark down in that 10-meter acceleration zone. So rarely is this event run that the athletes having to ask where the boxes are. Some, understandably, for some, if they've never run this 4x2 before.
Well, you did all your training on the practice track. You come over to the main stadium. You want to make sure, and you know what? There's nothing wrong with asking if you don't know.
No doubt.
And here we go with the lineup. Right on the outside, it'll be the Turks and Caicos Islands. Otionye will run the lead leg with Benjamin on the anchor. St-Kitts and Nevis with Lestrade Rowland. BJ Lawrence appeared to be actually on the first leg. Noah Lyles, what a talent that young man is. World under-20 champion. Dutrema of France will start from lane 5. Big roar. Adrian Griffith salutes the crowd. The hopes of the nation on his shoulders for the first 400 meters at least. 200 meters indeed. Antigua and Barbuda. Daniel Bailey will lead them off. Tang of China. And right on the inside, it's a lane 1 draw for the Venezuelans, led off by Luis Felipe Rodriguez. So there has been a change to the lead-off leg for the Bahamas. It'll be Fraser. So from the inside, it's Venezuela, China in 2, Antigua Barbuda 3, Bahamas 4, France 5, United States 6, St-Kitts and Nevis 7, Turks and Caicos Islands 8. And this is a clean start in Heat 2. Remember, it'll be the first 3 who qualify and the next 2 fastest. Noah Lyles, impressive, racing down that back straight. Talented youngster who's already made good ground. Approaching the first hand up, you can see the French were a little slow there, but the Americans are off and away with Jerry and Lawson.
Well, that was a great first red leg by Noah Lyles, and look at Jerry and Lawson go. A couple of tall guys, long and lanky, putting some distance on the field immediately.
Kitts and Nevis in there as well. We saw as they come round to the third exchange. The United States will hand the baton to Isaiah Young there. It looks clean as Young will take the bend and head round in front of the fans on that back straight. That's where the roar starts to hit them. Look at the French as well in lane 5. Romain is in control of the baton. St. Kitts and Nevis just dropping off a little bit. The change for the Americans is a little bit uncomfortable. The Bahamians have got a little bit of work to do as well. Into the last 200 meters now. But look at this from Amir Webb. But there's a real battle going on for the minor positions as well, with the Chinese, the Bahamians and the French all battling. No doubt who's winning this though. United States come in first, Bahamas second, France third, China fourth. three qualify. 1:21.47. Very impressive from the United States. Lyles to Lawson to Young to Webb. But the crowd are on their feet. They're roaring because Chavez Hart, the Bahamian champion of 2014 and 15, produced a fine last leg. And the Bahamians come in second. Dan O'Brien.
Wow, that was really exciting. It was, you kind of forgot that the Americans were up front. This is Amir Webb. You know, U.S. winning was an afterthought. It was the other qualifying positions that this crowd was going crazy for. How much fun was that?
Well, that was a great contest, particularly as they went into that final 200 meters. The United States were well clear. Webb knew it was all about a good exchange, a safe exchange, and coming home with the American fans in the crowd waving their flags for him. But behind there was a tremendous battle.
Well, then it looks like Venezuela with a national record. Kenya and China look like they're going to get into the finals. So great runs by those squads.
Confirmation of the result, the 4x200 meters relay for men. The United States qualifying in first, a comfortable victory ahead of the Bahamas, roared on into second place, and France in third with a season's best mark and an automatic qualification. Let's head down trackside now and hear from the Canadian team with our reporter Rhiannon Jones.
Congratulations, what drama to start that, but you advanced. You did really well to keep your composure there, Gavin.
It was a tough one because I really honestly didn't move. Likely it would have strike if I did move, but I didn't move at all. Like, I might have twitched, but nothing, I didn't move at all. So thank God we got back in, and, you know, please, officials, please pay attention, you know, because I really didn't move.
And you held your ground there, Gavin. You really did.
I had to. I can't let these guys down. One disappointment yesterday, I don't want any more, so I had to.
And that's it. It was all about making up for that disappointment yesterday, today, wasn't it?
Yeah, you know, I came out here, we didn't even smile. We just came to get the job done, and we're on to the finals, and we're just going to try to do our best then and see what happens.
Well, congratulations and good luck.
Thank you.
Well, the story of these opening two heats in the 4x200 meters, having to battle the conditions and the plastic batons in the rain. We thought we had a full start. We certainly had a German fall there on the wet track, but Canada, who for a moment were worried they may not get to compete in this race, racing home to victory. Some redemption from them after yesterday. Out came the United States for the second heat. The roars of the crowd for the Bahamians. Griffith, Colebrook, Kerr and Hart. And it was a thrilling finish behind a runaway United States lead. Wasn't the cleanest handover for Hart as Webb brought the Americans home. Bahamas led the pack. First round summary for the 4x200 meters. The Canadians fastest in qualifying, and Antigua and Barbuda will join those automatic qualifiers.
So, we now have the heats of the women's 4x100 meter relay. The Canadians will be out in lane number 8.
Lane 7, Trinidad and Tobago.
Trinidad and Tobago, the familiar names, Baptiste, IE, St. Fort and Hackett. That's a strong team. They'll start in lane 7. The British Virgin Islands, Tahisha Harrigan Scott. And there's Karina King. They'll start in lane number 6. The US of A, Bartoletta, Prandini, Gardner. And the first 3 legs. And Akinoson will bring them home. There's the Dutch team and the familiar tall figure of Daphne Schippers, one of the fastest women of all time. She'll go down the back straight on leg 2. And there's the roar. The Bahamas, understandably, quite rightly, and of course they get a huge welcome here into the stadium, and completing the lineup in the first heat will be the People's Republic of China.
This is heat 1 of 2 in the women's
Liang on first, and then Wang on last. So, the crowd are already a-bubbling because they've been seeing some good stuff, and they're looking for their girls now down to put in a performance in this women's 4x100-meter relay.
Well, we saw some bad weather in 2015, and it certainly didn't dampen the spirits of this crowd, and they're going to live through it tonight like they did 2 years ago. But you can't help but just think about how grateful we are to see the stars. You know, there's Daphne Schippers tonight, Andre de Grasse. You know, we're seeing so many great athletes in one place, in one track meet. You don't get this on a weekly basis on the Diamond League.
Championships in this field. The Netherlands will see the reigning world champion.
So a full complement from 2 to 8. First 3 in each heat and the next 2 fastest. And there is Daphne Schippers.
In doing so, they have run the 2 fastest times.
Coached by Rana Rader. She really is a superstar, Olympic medalist, world medalist. But Jamil Samuel there in lane number 4 will have the responsibility of passing on to Schippers down the back straight. Naomi Sedney will take the baton from the 4 on the top bend. So the Netherlands will start in 4, and the United States will be in lane number 5. And that is a lineup, Dan O'Brien, with the reliable, speedy Tiana Bartoletta on first, and English Gardner there in our shot. Look at that, she's always so determined. She'll go the top bend.
Well, she's very intense, you know, University of Oregon athlete. She's been so successful as a college athlete and now as a professional, only a professional a few years, but a handful of medals. But Tiana Bartoletta leading the U.S. team off, maybe the most reliable leadoff that the U.S. maybe has ever had. And we get a shot there at Jenna Prandini, a 200-meter expert, but certainly always a contender at the U.S. Championships in the 100 meters.
So the Bahamas will start in lane number 3. The rich history. World gold in 1999. Olympic gold in Sydney in 2000, beating the Jamaicans and the USA. I remember that race well. So lane number 8 will be the Canadians. Farah Jacks waves to the crowd. Trinidad and Tobago, Kellyanne Baptiste, Michelle Lee Ayi, Khalifa St. Fort, and of course on the last leg, Samoy Hackett. Lane 6, the British Virgin Islands. Oh, Tiana Bartoletta. It looks like the USA girls are ready here in this heat of the women's 4x1. The Netherlands in 4. As Daphne Schippers is the world leader so far this year, as we listen to the war for the Bahamas, Schippers will fly down the back straight as the fastest woman so far in 2017. The Bahamas will be trying to hang on to the Netherlands' coattails, and in lane 2, the Chinese athletes will also be looking for automatic qualifying.
4x100 meters.
So we know who the crowd are cheering. They're in lane number 3. But we keep an eye on 4 and 5 and 7. First heat of the women's 4x100 meter relay. China in 2, Bahamas in 3, Netherlands in 4, USA in 5, British Virgin Islands 6, Trinidad and Tobago in 7, and Canada in 8. First 3 guaranteed a place in the final later. So there's not many more experienced on the track than Tiana Bartoletta here. She'll regroup.
On your ball.
Samuel composed herself. The Dutch team in lane number 4. Jamaica come in heat number 2. But it's all about qualifying from this first heat. So it's a clean start and the expected fast start from Bartoletta in lane number 5. The Americans are flying. Kellyanne Baptiste in lane number 7 going well. Well, it's a bit of a dodgy changeover for Trinidad and Tobago. Skippers in the orange flying. Prandini running well though down the back straight. Round the top bend, the bulging eyes of English Gardner. She's storming round the top bend, the American. Holland in the mix, China in the mix in lane number 2. But down the home straight, first 3 automatically through. The USA, China, Netherlands, the Bahamas are chasing hard. They're going to miss automatic qualifying, but 42.95 seconds. The team from the USA, they won the title in 2014. They gave it up to the Jamaicans in 2015. But that was good qualifying. English Gardner flew around the top for the USA, as you'd expect.
Well, it took her a second to get that baton from college teammate Jenna Prandini, but the U.S. totally front-loaded this team. Tiana Bartolettas, English Gardner, Jenna Prandini. That's how you get a lead, and you can give it to anybody on the final leg. You and I could have probably brought that one home. They played it safe there. English Gardner has certainly had her troubles with baton handoffs. She certainly had troubles in the Rio games with Allison Felix. The U.S. got back in. They ended up winning the gold medal, but wow, what a lead they had even before the third exchange.
Han was back, but the real battle was behind because the USA were gone and the Bahamas were on a charge with Tania Gaither on the final leg trying to get through into the automatic qualifying place. So we'll bring you the full result when we have it. But 42.96 confirmed for the USA. This is the heat. We'll see if they make any changes in the final. But nicely done. So automatically through from the first heat in the 4x1 for women. The USA, China and the Netherlands will hopefully see Daphne Skippers again. When the Bahamas, they'll be waiting and seeing until the second heat is done.
Back outside the warm-up area, just a stone's throw from the main arena. And the likes of the Australians preparing the 4x8 final to come a little later on. And they fancy their chances in that. Australians had a good first day, of course, 11 points on the scoreboard. And Polish athletes will be hoping for glory tonight as well.
Well, some great finishes for the Australian athletes yesterday, but also some good, solid qualifying. We're going to get a chance to see them tonight, but you know, the 4x8 men coming up, the U.S. look very, very strong, but Australia is one of those teams that if they run well, they could challenge them.
Hayley Doyle and the British 4x400 meters team in the relay a little later this evening. A team that will have high hopes of a podium position come the end of the evening. That's still to come. Day 2, these IAAF BTC World Relays in Nassau. Next up on the track, the 4x100 meters relay for women continues with Heat 2 and the Ecuadorians in lane 8. The Nigerians just on the inside, lane 7.
In lane 6, welcome Germany.
The Germans impressed yesterday over the 4x2, and they've retained a couple of athletes to go in the 4x1, including Lisa Meyer. think they planned that. That's the Italians. And they've got plenty of experience and winning ability in that team. Here are the French.
In lane 3, it's Jamaica.
Big Jamaican contingent, of course, are inside the stadium tonight. The roars there for the team who currently are the second fastest in the world in 2017. And it's the Brazilians who will be right on the inside in lane 2 in this heat 2 of the women's 4x100 meters relay.
Well, I love the attitude from the athletes that I've seen tonight. I think everybody learned some lessons from last night, seeing the mess-ups in the men's 4x1. Everybody looks really determined not to make the same mistakes tonight.
Yes, it's a night for some to just watch and learn along the way. Here's the lineup for Heat 2 in this women's 4x100 meters relay. Look out for the Jamaicans in 3. Germany should be strong in 6. The Italians and the French next to each other in lanes 4 and 5. The Ecuadorians have Angela Tenorio on the anchor leg. She really has got pace. Here are the Jamaicans. Natasha Morrison there. Knows what it's like to win a world title, world championship in 2015 as part of a team. These all-important markings. And there's Christania Williams, who trains with Elaine Thompson.
We're talking about the weather, and what's really annoying as a relay runner is when you put the tape on the track and it's wet and it's windy, as we were just seeing there in the shot. Somehow it has to be stamped on, because I've seen it in past at major championships. I've been there myself. It's blown away and your incoming runner's coming in. Then you're under pressure, right? Look.
There we are again. Well, sometimes it just doesn't stick.
Well, and sometimes they give you little thumbtacks, but the last thing you want out there are little metal nubs all over your Mondo surface.
Well, they will have to really press down on those, because we have got a fair breeze blowing inside this stadium, circling round. No rain, thankfully, for now. But the track's still pretty wet after a lot of rainfall during the day. You can see the flags fluttering as well in the distance there. And there's Lisa Meyer, who we saw run a very impressive leg yesterday in the 4x200 meters. What she got over 4x1, she will be involved in the first handover from Burkhardt over at the start of the back straight. Here are the Ecuadorians then, led away by Juliana Angelo and Azuri Cifuentes and the dangerous Tenorio to bring them home. The Nigerians, Lindsay Lindley and Jennifer Madu from Texas A&M on the anchor. The German quartet, Alexandra Burkhardt, the European under-23 silver medalist. Rebecca Haas is on the anchor. Here are the Italians. A two-time European champion, Bibiana Granot, brings experience at the start. The French have a quartet who've achieved a lot indoors. What will they make of the conditions outdoors? Jamaica, Simone Facey. Bags of experience to bring to the party tonight. And Bruna Ferreira of Brazil, with the Silva, Rosa and Rosangela Santos on the anchor. Nafua was a European indoor finalist and will lead the French away from lane 4. So there they are. Brazil 2, Jamaica 3, France 4, Italy 5, Germany 6, Nigeria 7, and it's Ecuador in 8. It's heat 2 of the women's 4x100 meters relay.
Set.
They're away first time, looking to see who gets a good start. And the Germans with Burkhardt have gone out really well out there in lane 6. First handover, back straight. The Germans away with Lisa Meyer, well past the Nigerians. Ecuador will want to try and stay in control with this, and the Jamaicans, of course, will want to be strong, but there's a slightly difficult handover there between Morrison and Gayon Evans, but the Jamaicans have shrugged that aside as they come down towards the home straight, and it will be Jamaica and Germany. It's going to be these two battling it out for victory in this, the second heat, and a real race is on for third. But Jamaica, Germany take it, Jamaica second, and in lane 5 the Italians came through to get third place. That was some race. I thought the Jamaicans had a potential problem with one of their handovers, but they managed to recover, and Haas of Germany stayed strong, and 43.04 sees the Germans take victory in that heat 2 of the women's 4x100 meters, and they'll be off to the final, as will the Jamaicans, who recovered well, and Cristania Williams run that anchor, and those front pair, well, they knew they've got plenty more work to do later on, and it was all about the race behind them by the end.
Well, those were great opening legs by Facey and Nafua from France, but it was really Natasha Morrison who ate up the field. Looked like she had a big lead, and then she struggled just a little bit with that handoff with Gayon Evans. It was really close to them not making it at all. Evans finally got the baton to Christiana Williams, but she had a race on her hands, and that was a really fine run by Rebecca Haas.
See on the final changeover, you've got to give credit to the Germans here, Tony, haven't you? They're absolutely flying. They're pushing the Jamaicans. It's not a full-strength team by the Jamaicans, but Germany, silver in the 4x2 last night. That was a wonderful run. Absolutely superb by them. 43.04 seconds over a season off their team best. Very impressive indeed for me from the Germans.
Well, and it took her a little while, about 60 meters, really to open up her stride, but when she did, she pulled away from the Jamaicans.
You can see the battle as well, as we look head on at what was going on just behind. And look at that dip for the line from the Italian athlete, Audrey Allo. Confirmation then of the qualifiers. Germany, Jamaica and Italy. Season's best for the Germans of 43.04 to give them victory in Heat 2. And we can head back down to trackside shortly. And we're going to hear from the American quartet as we see the Germans make their way off the track.
Tiana, fantastic lead off from you yet again, bringing your experience yet again to these IAAF BTC World Relays.
I didn't even hear the question. I'm sorry. It's loud in the stadium. Yeah.
Bringing your experience yet again to the World Relays. It's the third time that you've led off fantastically well for this team here. You've won 2 titles. What are your hopes this time?
Thank you. We hope for consistency. Sometimes we don't have the same team in April as we do in August, but it's really spectacular that we can still put the chemistry together this early, and we can substitute whoever we need to at this point because we're so deep. But I'm really proud of us for being able to come together.
And English, happy birthday for yesterday. You advanced. What are your hopes? What would be your perfect birthday present for yesterday?
I mean, honestly, I know I can speak for my team on this one that we didn't come here unless we were going to get the gold. So we're going to go out there, execute later tonight, get the gold, and go home and be happy.
And how is the weather affecting you guys? It's a difficult relay there with the wet condition.
Not at all. I think me personally, I train in this, so and we're all here to go hard, and the rain doesn't affect us at all.
Have you been enjoying the Bahamas?
I've been loving the Bahamas. It's a beautiful place. It's a beautiful island.
And it's a great place to host this event.
Absolutely. The crowd's amazing. Everyone's really into it. They cheer for everyone. They love track and field.
Congratulations. Good luck for next.
Thank you.
So the women's 4x100 meters, it's always exciting. In the first heat, well, we had a treat, didn't we? There's Daphne Schippers. She was out on track, as were the USA. But it's all about qualifying. English Gardner dropping back, pulling back. It was a comfortable victory for the Americans. They were automatically through. And then in heat number 2 came the Jamaicans. Could they follow Team USA? They went out of lane number 3. And once again, good runs, solid runs, but it was the Germans out in lane number 6 who continuing a wonderful world relays for them. Germany and Jamaica battled. And on the side of the track stood the Bahamian team. They were looking at the clock because they were relying the Bahamas team on a fastest loser spot. And it was confirmed that they will be in the 4x100 meter final later, much to the delight of the crowd. That's going to be a cracker. USA, Germany, Jamaica leading the way.
Well, the Mexican wave and a great atmosphere inside the stadium. They coordinated that pretty well. B final then, 4x400 meters relay. Will be the Germans. Will start from lane 8.
Lane 7 will be the Czech Republic.
Here are the Czech Republic. Lane 7.
Lane 6, Kenya.
Here come Kenya for lane 6.
Running at lane 5 will be Belgium.
With 2 of the Bourlet brothers, it's the Belgians in lane 5. Stand by for a roar now.
4, the Bahamas. Lane 3, Team Canada.
Next up, the Canadians.
And in lane 2, welcome Poland.
And there's Poland.
That's the field of 7 countries in the B final of the men's 4x400
7
meters.
nations competing this B final, and as we saw yesterday, a strong performance in a B final could still be a pathway to the IAAF World Championships in London. Confirmation of the lineup then for the B final, men's 4x400 meters. From Poland on the inside in lane 2, through Canada, Bahamas, Belgium, Kenya, Czech Republic and Germany on the outside, lane 8.
Well, you never know what's going to happen in the A final. Anything can happen. We lost. There were 3 spots where teams were able to move up from the B final to make the qualification for the World Championships. Catherine, you were saying it over and over again. Get the baton around, otherwise you're gonna, somebody's gonna get in.
Yeah, there's so many useful reasons for having B finals. You can run different teams, you could try and ingrain teams, but you can also potentially nab a spot at the World Championships. And as you mentioned, Dan, as we look at the records that are relevant to this event, maybe challenged later in the A final, but 3 teams went up from the 4x1 final. One of them was the Bahamas, of course, as well, so they'll be in London now in the shorter sprint. So you never know what's going to happen, and this should be a good race. This should be that they're going to have the crowd behind them, which is always going to help. But the Polish team, for me, always solid in 4x4 relays in the women and in the men. So we'll be keeping an eye on those guys.
That's right. How much can this atmosphere as well, actually, that although they'll be behind the Bahamians, it can spur on the others competing here. They will feel that roar of the crowd, even if it's not totally directed at them. They'll feel that momentum.
Well, and I think that's one of the reasons that athletes are so eager to come here, that when the conditions are right and you're in the right atmosphere, you're gonna rise to the challenge. You are gonna run your absolute best. And I just think it's been so fun for these Bahamian athletes, and you see them, they can't help but crack a smile when they get introduced and the crowd goes nuts.
And there's the Canadians. Daniel Harper will be on the lead-off leg. course, the athletes waiting patiently, possibly sharp elbows needed as well. Can be a very physical handover in the 4x4. Here are the Germans from lane 8. Jurecko is going to lead them off. Schneider's on the anchor. Czech Republic led out by Patrick Storm. The Kenyans with Alphas Kisoyan. Three Bourlet brothers here, two of them competing in this race. Dylan in lane 5 for Belgium. Here they are, the Bahamas. Andretti Bain will set them away with a stadium and a nation behind them. Here are the Canadians with Daniel Harper. And the always dangerous Poles, lane 2. So they're called to their blocks for this, the B final, the men's 4x400 meters relay. 7 teams. Germans up there on the outside, Poles on the inside. In lane for the first leg, of course. The break then early in the second. And they're away with a clean start in this B final. Poland looked to have gone out pretty well, but it's also pretty even out there at the moment. The Kenyans are running a strong first 200 meters and have just pulled away a little bit from Dylan Bourlet of Belgium. Germany on the outside with Jurecko having to run effectively blind. Czech Republic have shown some strength as well through Patrick Storm. You can see right up there on the shoulder past the German. The Kenyans have run well with Gishoyan coming down to the first handover. And it's a good performance from the Czech Republic as we see who hands over first. It's tight. The Kenyans up there as well. The Germans have lost some ground and they'll go round into the back straight, prepare to break away, and then we'll really get a picture of where this B final's going.
Well, Graham Thompson just shot out of there like a rocket. Andretti Bain did a good job for the Bahamas, but people may be wondering why isn't Stephen Gardner on this particular relay. Remember, we've got the 4x400 meter mix later in the evening.
It's Canada out in front at the moment. Czech Republic are there in second place. And the Bahamians coming round on the outside as well. And Pinder's getting a huge roar. He'll feel the emotion and the cheering, but he's starting to tire. He's flagging and coming through on the inside of the Czech Republic with a really strong finish to this second leg. And it's the Czechs who hand over first.
Well, the Canadians just absolutely died there in the last 30 meters. This is Michael Tesensky for the Czech Republic out front, followed closely by the Kenyans.
So the Czech Republic managed to nip up there on the inside. And Tesensky now grimacing, as you can see, the rainwater splashing its way in the air ahead of Michael Rossard, the Belgian, in second place at the moment. The Kenyans have come on strong. Kiprotich is making a really strong move round into the front straight in front of the main stand here. It's a good run from Kiprotich of Kenya. He will hand over to Varesa. The Czechs in second, the Belgians third. We're in to the anchor, and away they go at 1,200 meters.
Well, you just have to give Kevin Borley a chance from the Belgians in third position right now. He's one of the most successful anchors the Belgians have ever had.
But it's Varesa storming away down that back straight, and the chase is on to try and keep up. You can see Kevin Borley there, staying composed, but the Czech athlete is holding him off for the moment. That's the battle, second and third, because the Kenyans look like they're pushing away. Can anybody catch Varesa into the home straight? Don't think so. So look at the Belgians in a real battle with the Czechs, and Borley's going to do it, as it's going to be victory for Kenya, and Belgium finishing strong, and the Poles will come in for third. 3:06.34. Varesa had the advantage as he took that anchor leg and he never let it go. And the battle was on behind him. And Borley finished strong for Belgium. But the celebrations from the Kenyans, winners of the B final here in Nassau, with a very, very strong second half of that race.
Well, it's interesting. You don't always look at the Kenyans and think powerful 4x4 team, but they continue to get better each and every year. I'm a little kind of irked at Kevin Burley because he had so much left in that last 100 meters. I think if he went out a little harder, he might have been able to challenge the Kenyans for the win here. You see, he just finished like a freight train, 50 meters to home.
Yes, it was an impressive finish as some behind just faded a little bit. The Bahamas couldn't quite keep pace with them. They finished back in 5th place, but the Czechs, who were strong for 3/4 of that race, just faded, where the Kenyans never did. Determined all the way, racer bringing Kenya home to victory in the B final. And the supporters, teammates, officials, fans, all in the crowd, and they enjoyed that. And this is why. Victory for Kenya in the men's 4x400 meters relay B final. 3:06.36, ahead of the Belgians in second. Poland came through the field to get 3rd place. The Czechs fading to 4th, and the home crowd cheering the Bahamas on, but they were finishing back in 5th. Preceded by the Mexican wave. That got the atmosphere going. Home support for the Bahamas. Clean start and away. Early running from the Czechs. The Canadians would fade. And then Kenya would start to stalk their prey. And by the end, they were clear. B final complete then. Precursor to the 4x4 men's final. And the athletes continue warming up out there. How much conversation do you have out there, Dan, when you're bumping into people? It's a crowded area, different events, different disciplines at times.
Well, you usually get there early and you get your handshaking and your hellos out of the way, but once you start warming up, really the only people that you're talking to are your teammates. You might run into some friends that you haven't seen in a long time, but there's a moment when you say, all right, you know what? It's all about getting ready to race, and you stop being friends with that other person.
And that's one way, of course, of getting your mind away. Put the headphones on.
Oh, another way, like Michelle Lee IE in the centre of the shot, having a little chit-chat back home. I'm here and I can't believe it's raining. I'm not really quite sure what's going on. Well, we've had the B final then of the men's 4x4. Next up on the track, let's do the women's equivalent. So the Jamaican contingent enjoying themselves here in the Bahamas. And very shortly, we'll be introducing you to the athletes through the tunnel in the women's 4x4 100-meter B final. Going out of lane 8 will be the team from Kenya. There's Shakinda. She'll lead them home, the Kenyans, from lane number 8. Colombia give us away. They'll start in lane number 7. Jennifer Padilla. There she is. She'll anchor them home. Well, here's the team from Brazil.
And in lane
So lane number 4 will be the Canadian team. The Bahamian team in lane 5, disappointingly for the fans, withdrawing. But there's Kelsey Balkwill for the Canadians. She'll bring them home. And that will be the lineup for the women's 4x4 relay B final. Venezuela due to start in lane 3. There'll be a do not start, but it will still be competitive, this B final. Canada, Brazil, Colombia and Kenya. Just in a very exciting men's 4x4 B final. That lady there in the centre, binoculars, looking for Dan O'Brien, is over here. There's the Brazilian team, Dan.
They just missed out on making the final yesterday. They had a great run. And you could see the disappointment on their faces. But hey, you know what? In a B final, you get to wake up and run again.
Well, indeed. On season's best, the Brazilians should be in the mix. The DNS starts then for Venezuela and the Bahamas. As Dan was mentioning, though, remember, we're concluding this edition of the World Relays with a mixed 4x4 relay. 2 men, 2 women, any which way you like. So maybe some of the stars being rested. And that's probably going to tell us that Shawnee Miller-Huibo will line up in that mixed 4x4 later, as Bahamas don't start here. We will see, though. Time will tell. There's the Canadian team. Carla Muir will have the honour of leading off her teammates. And the athletes wait. 4x4 relays. The next leg is brought out when the gun will go, and the athletes are placed where their teammate is at the 200-meter mark. They're placed in their position and they are not allowed to move because that is against the rules. So if USA, Dan, were in first place, I'm just, just saying here, the next leg runner would go on the inside. You knew that, though. I don't have to tell you that. You've run relays, right?
But I tell you, I feel for those athletes waiting in that area to get on the track. And you and I both have been in that situation many times. You know, I'm sure you ran anchor leg at a few different times. What's that like, waiting for your turn?
It can be nerve-wracking because you're relying on your teammates in relays, aren't you, to do part of the job. It is nervous, especially when your teammates don't run as well as you'd expect. And then you're like, hang on.
I got some catching up to do. But the 4x4 closes a lot of different track meets. It's always the most exciting. It always seems like it engages the most fans.
Well, it does indeed. Hence, this is the 3rd edition of the IAAF BTC World Relays, and the athletes and fans always embrace it. So the athletes wait patiently. The B final of the women's 4x400 meter relay. Lane 8 will be Kenya. Maximila Imali will lead them off. Jacinta Shikanda will bring them home. Lane 7, Colombia. Astrid Balanta leading them off. And there's the Brazilians in lane number 6. Gelma de Lima, after those wonderful Olympic and Paralympic Games in Rio, we're now in a London World Championship year. Lane number 4 will be Canada. Carla Muir, Alicia Brown, Audrey Jean-Baptiste and Kelsey Balkwill. And a lady in the stand showing who she's supporting. So that's the lineup then, 4, 6, 7 and 8. The B final of the women's 4x400 meter relay. Canada in 4, Brazil in 6, Colombia in 7 and Kenya in 8. On paper, it should be about this team, the Canadians in 4.
Set.
So it's a clean start. There's a gap for the Canadian opening leg, Carly Muir. No team in lane 5. Evenly matched, though, down the back straight in this B final.
Well, I feel bad for Carly Muir because you usually gauge your pace on that runner to your outside. There's nobody there, and sometimes you can go out a little hard because you're trying to catch the next person in front of you. and that's two staggers ahead, but she's off to a very good start right now. We'll see if she can finish this last 100 meters.
So they swing into the home straight. The Kenyans running well, but it's a bit deceiving in 4x4 relays because obviously the athletes run the first leg in full lanes and they are staggered. So we watch for the baton that moves first. The Kenyans struggling to come in, but it's Canada who take the baton first. Caroline Muir sets off now, Alicia Brown. The athletes will break after this first bend. You'll see the markers on the track and then they'll swing in. Past the red little bits. There we go, and Canada swing in down the back straight. They've got about a 6 or 7 meter lead over the Brazilians at the moment, and Jessica De Silva chasing down Brown.
Well, the taller athlete just gobbling up space there. Bigger strides, looks way more efficient. She ran great yesterday. She's doing a good job today.
So round into the home straight. Brown, De Silva, neck and neck on the inside line. We've got two separate races here. Absolutely dead even, but it's the Canadian Alicia Brown digging in, giving her the vital changeover, sweeping into the lead, the Canadians. Coutinho for Brazil. Canada, Brazil, they're the top two teams at the moment in this B final.
When you're out in front like that with the Canadian team, you're running on a metronome. You're not trying to beat anybody, you're running your own pace, and you should know exactly where you're at in this 400 meters, where you're at 200, where you're at 300. Just feel the rhythm and think.
Talk about feel the rhythm. The jump canoe has cranked up, but Coutinho has a little bit left in the tank for the Brazilian team. The Canadian Jean-Baptiste is treading water. It's now a 10 or 12 meter lead for the Brazilians. Natalia De Silva down the back straight, past the color, the costumes and the music of the jump canoe.
Well, that's what I love about the 4x400 meters, the swings, the lead changes and everything. Coutinho from the Brazilian team did a great job giving her team a little bit of breathing space, making her anchor work just a little bit less if she possibly can.
Well, Balquill's going to try hard here in the home straight. The Canadians not giving up on this one. They know the importance of positions in the world relays. Has the Brazilian got enough left in the tank? De Silva digging in, eyes forward. Canada tiring, both athletes running through treacle, but it will be the Brazilians. They'll take the win. Canada in second, and Colombia come through for third. Well, topsy-turvy.
That is some early season fatigue right there. You and I both can feel that last 30 meters like, oh my gosh, that hurts.
Wow, what a race. Unofficially 3:34.69 seconds. Well, it will be a season's best for the teams. Early season, of course, in this World Championship year. But it was a good run, it was a good race. She just wasn't, Kelsey Balquill wasn't going to give up for Canada. I said it's so much easier to chase. She has the rabbit in front of her. She would have sensed Natalia De Silva tying. De Silva's looking up at the screen, Dan. Keep eyes forward, the line will come.
But there was a monkey behind one of these signs, and it jumped on both of their backs.
Well, you felt that in a 1,500 meters at the end of a decathlon. I've felt it many times in a 400 meter race. But what a good race that B final. But Brazil did hang on. And Padilla, Jennifer Padilla brought home Colombia in third. Wow, that was just the B final, Tony, in these relays. Good stuff.
Thrilling stuff. A Brazilian victory. And it was all accompanied by the Junkanoo, who, with those colours and sound of the drums, provided a real backdrop to a great race story.
You can see the pain on the faces of the Brazilian athlete. When you've got lactic, it even hurts to smile. So it was a great race though, wasn't it, that B final? On paper, Canada had the season's best. The teams lined up. Canada and Brazil. The water was splashing. At one point it was pretty close. Then as usual, different legs. Either extend your lead or drop your back. But it was Brazil that hung on, gritting teeth from Natalia da Silva, holding off the Canadian team. The B final, it went to Brazil. So confirmation then of the B final of the women's 4x4. A win for Brazil, 3:34.68. Canada came in second and Colombia came in third. Oh, there's barely time to breathe on this final night of the IAAF BTC World Relays. So much more still to come. A 4x800 meter final, more 4x4 and 4x2 action. And of course some 4x100 meter action as well before we conclude with that mixed relay, the 4x400 meter relay, which will round off the 2017 World Relay Championships.
In stadium using the BTC service.
Final action once more. The screen says final time. Well, it's not the final time though that we're going to see some top-class athletics before the end of these IAAF BTC World Relays. And here's another big one, the 4x800 meters men's final. And you can see there the Mexican athlete Sotelo. Well, we'll tell you about a special view we'll get of his run. Qatar on the outside in lane 8 to open up. Then it's the Australians. Bronze for them in 2015. No one's been able to beat the United States in this event at World Relays. But this is the team that's come closest, the Poles. We'd expect a strong showing from this quartet from Kenya.
Lane 3 is the athlete refugee team.
And a great reception for the athlete refugee team. Anchored by Labolu. And here's the Mexicans. And Sotelo on the second leg. Alexis Sotelo will be one of those wearing one of our chest cams, and there it is. And that gives you just a little indication of what we'll see occasionally during the race. We don't want to make anybody dizzy at home.
Jesus Lopez, as you say, look at that. This is going to give our viewers an insight into over the 2-lap distance how fast, not just a Mexican 800-meter runner, but a good Mexican 800-meter runner runs. Give our fans an idea.
Yes, 2 body cams on the Mexican team.
They're the medals that they're fighting for in this men's 4x800 meter relay. And not forget, $50,000 goes to the winner. But it really is going to be a super battle, potentially between the very fast USA team and a very fast Kenyan team. It's absolutely loaded.
This is the lineup for the men's 4x800 relay. The lineup for the men's 4x800 meters relay final, including the athlete refugee team. The United States defend the title, won here in both 2015 and 14. They'll be put under pressure by the Kenyans, the Poles, the Australians, I'm sure, as well, with medal aspirations in front of the crowd here at the Thomas Robinson Stadium. There's the best. 11 years ago, the Kenyans pushing that 7-minute mark. Qatar on the outside. Jamal Harain will lead them off. The Australians, Joshua Ralph, will run the first 800 meters for them. The United States quartet, led off by Brannon Kidder from Penn State. Artur Kukabicki of Poland. The Kenyans, Alfred Kipketer, Olympic trials winner last year. And here's the athlete refugee team with Guy Nyang, and he will be wearing that body cam. You can just see it there above his vest, and that's his view at the moment. He sees our camera crew. What will he see in the next few minutes? We'll wait and see. The Mexicans will be in lane 2. And we will also see that body cam on 2 of their quartet. Men's 4x800 meters final here at these World Relays. Off they go, with the Mexicans there on the inside in lane 2, just squeezing up past the athlete refugee team. The Kenyans with Kipketer with a very comfortable stride, setting themselves off, and the Qatari Harain with that big angle to come off, and that's the refugee cam shot just in the pack at the moment for Guy Nyang. Tap, and there it is as he heads round towards the front straight of the stadium. It's held together pretty well. It just gives you an idea what it's like to be right inside that pack as they come round in front of the finish line for the first time, with Kenya leading the way.
This is going to be fascinating because the Kenyan team and the USA team, Alfred Kipketer on the lead-off leg, 1:42.87 last year. Their team is heavy, as is the United States. Brannon Kidder. It's going to be absolutely... I don't know how to call this one, Dan, because at the moment Kenya are in control. The USA, potentially on paper, it's a 2-horse race when you look at the quality and the PRs of all the athletes in the team.
Well, Brannon Kidder begins to make a move there. He was the U.S. indoor 1,000-meter champion this winter. But when you look at the Kenyans' personal best, they haven't ran that fast for the last couple of years, but if they bring their best here, they could really challenge the U.S. The U.S. potentially, in my thoughts, ran their weakest runner first, and they still have the lead.
Yeah, and Kipketer handed off to Kipyegon Bet, who's the 2016 World Under-20 champion. Look through the field, Sotelo of Mexico now wearing the body cam. Round that bend he comes. Camera trying to just hold it together, and at the front, it's the Kenyans, though. From the Americans, Eric Sawinski's on the second leg for the United States of America, the 2016 World Indoor Bronze medalist, and looks pretty comfortable sitting on the shoulder of Kipyegon Bet. Bet we saw have a successful year last year in under-20s action. Now it's the step up and the challenge at senior level, but it's Kenya from the United States in this 4x800 meters men's relay final. The rest of the group behind them are led by the Australians at the moment, as these athletes now effectively take for them what is their bell, because they have around 350 meters or so to go, and it is Kenya from the US.
Well, for me, Savinski's biding his time here, the American. He is in super form. He ran a 1:45.95 just last week, the American. The US champion over a 600-meter distance, but look at Bet. 19 years old, but he's in good form, and it's turning into a two-horse race as expected as Bet pulls away to try and give his teammate Kitam a lead.
Well, he made a wonderful move there with about 150 meters to go. Sawinski is trying to show people that he can run outdoors better than he can run indoors.
But it's Kenya as we prepare to hand over to the third leg runners. And the Kenyans do so first with Timothy Kitam taking up the baton. The Australians in the poles there with a little bit of work to do. The Mexicans just conclude there. We'll see them crossing the line. But now we've got a field which is really strewn. The Qataris and the Mexicans, well, they are distant at the back because it's this pair, Kenya and the United States of America, who are off and away. Casimir Loxam for the United States is running the third leg, and for Kenya, Kitam, who was a very promising junior, just continuing to lead the way for the Kenyans.
Well, it's the Olympic bronze medalist from London in control at the moment, but look at Casimir Loxam. Again, fast indoors this winter in the USA over 600 meters, and the bell goes for them. He's looking good, isn't he, the American? The big gap now by these two teams.
Well, you think about the mind games. What will the last leg runners be thinking as they're preparing to get out there to run their final legs? And what are the two at the front thinking right now? Loxam sitting on the shoulder of Kitam. Kitam looking pretty comfortable at the moment, but also Loxam behind, binding his time. He's outside, he's got the rain splashing around him. Such a good indoor season. This is all different though. Under the lights of the Tommy Robinson Stadium, the Kenyans watching on. It's this pair, Kenya from the United States of America. I think we know who's going to be gold and silver, but in which order? The rest are mere spectators, although the Poles and the Australians, just out of your picture to the left, are having quite a battle. But look at these two now as well, as they put their foot down towards the final legs.
Oh, look at the cagey nature of these two, eh? I'm not taking the lead. After you, sir. No, you go before me. This is going to be an absolute burn-up between Rotich for Kenya and Murphy for the USA. No prizes for times here. And these, again, are two of the best in the world. It is a royal battle for the bronze medal at the moment. Poland are leading the way in that one, but this is cat and mouse.
Well, nobody has improved as much as Clayton Murphy has in the last year in the 800 meters. He went from being a 145 guy all the way past 144 into the low 143s. He's the best 800-meter runner in the world. The bronze medal. He won the bronze medal as a surprise in Rio.
And the Poles with Adam Gashot, don't forget, has been out there as well. And Lewandowski bringing them home in. It'll be quite a battle between them and the Australians for the bronze medal. But at the moment, it's Kenya and the United States at the bell. And look at the caginess of the battle, would you believe it?
Well, Ferguson Rotich was beaten by this man at the Rio Olympics last year. Changed his name to Ferguson after the Manchester United manager because he kept on winning.
That was the battle between the Poles and the Australians. It's a battle for bronze at the moment, but this is the battle for gold. And here in the United States, Clayton Murphy. There was contact there with Rotich as they came round. Can he hold him off? They're into the home straight. The sprint has finally started. It was all tactics at the start, but look at Clayton Murphy. He's moving away. Rotich has got no answer. The United States, gold again in the 4x800 meters final from the Kenyans, and the Poles will come home to take third with the Australians in fourth. And we saw tactics, we saw guile, and we saw speed, and we saw American victory again.
But we also saw some of the best 800-meter runners in the world take part in that 4x800 meter relay. 2 years ago, Rob Andrews took the victory for the USA on the anchor leg. Now that goes to Mr. Murphy. What a brilliant race. We knew it was going to be close. But here come the team, the refugee team. This has been made possible due to the collaboration by Tegla Larupe, the Peace Foundation, and the IAAF's Athletics for a Better World program. They arrived on Thursday, the refugee team, and how much would they have enjoyed taking part?
Huge
Athletics
draw.
for refugees all over the world. In sport, we are all one people, athletes. Beautiful, wonderful experience.
Dominic Lobolu on the anchor leg for the athlete refugee team. We also, of course, got an idea of just what it's like in the heat of the battle with those body cams. But very early on, this was a battle between the Kenyans and the United States. We also took you right into the race with the Mexicans. And this is what it's like as you head down that home straight. Baton in the right hand. It's the second changeover. And there they are. Just the idea, holding that baton out, getting a clean handover. And then this was the finale to it all. Rotich and Murphy looking really calm, concentrating, and then he just eased it up. You can see there, just the extra pace, held it together really well. And Rotich, we wondered, could he respond? He couldn't. And look at the joy from the man with the Olympic rings on his shoulders as he took the Americans to another World Relays gold in the 4x8.
The key is to run fast without looking like you're trying to run fast, and Clayton Murphy is an absolute beautiful runner. And I think Rotich knew he was in trouble with 200 meters to go. He tried to fight him off, but there's just too much speed in Clayton Murphy this year.
And the joy of victory from Clayton Murphy. Individual bronze at the Rio Olympics, and joy brought to the faces of the American supporters and team. So let's go down and listen to what Nathan Murphy's got to say.
Murphy, Clayton, when you get the baton for that anchor leg, do you already know when you get the baton, I'm going to set him up to the point where last 200 is mine, or are you just improvising the whole way?
I had a plan the last 200. I was kind of waiting for him to counter a little bit and take off a little sooner. But I knew he had good foot speed. Not the first time we've raced, so wanted to respect his foot speed. So I tried to go like 250 and then settled in, but took a little risk on the corner, but turned out okay.
You said you're familiar with his foot speed, so you weren't surprised when he hung with you around that far turn?
Yeah, I mean, it was, I knew at that point it was like raw speed, whoever could stay relaxed all the way through, and just try to mimic all those times I was tired in practice and just put it to work in the race finally.
Great anchor leg, congratulations, go join your team.
Thank you, go you say.
Well, there's Clayton Murphy, engulfed by the Stars and Stripes, and the Stars and Stripes flying high here in Nassau once more. The United States repeating the feat of the women, taking gold. Kenya second, the Poles finished strongly for third, and there was a disqualification for a hugely supported athlete refugee team.
So you heard Clayton Murphy saying, go USA. Remember, it's all about the points here at the IAAF BTC World Relays. The USA were leading overnight with 22 points from Australia. They're now up to a 30-point lead over the Australians, who are still in second with 16. They're going for their treble, the hat trick of golden batons here in this World Relays. And that super-duper team in the men's 4x800 meters have basically potentially made it now an unassailable lead for the Stars and Stripes.
Well, and you look at the events the U.S. has dominated in these relays: 2014, 15, and now 17. 4x8, the DMR, the 4x mile. You know, you don't historically see the U.S. dominating in those events, and I think it's the middle distances that's going to be the reason that the U.S. brings home another golden baton.
Standing by for medal ceremony down on trackside.
Well, they finished their lap of honor. It's time to hand out some medals here in the men's
And those who've just completed 7 arduous minutes or so out on track.
Presenting the medals tonight, please welcome from the International Association of Athletics Federations, Vice President Alberto Wantarena
will be handing out the medals.
Bronze
One of our
medals.
IAAF Vice Presidents in attendance this weekend. First out, the team who come away with bronze. The experienced Adam Schott in there, Marcin Lewandowski as well. And they finished well to secure a bronze medal in Nassau.
Mateusz Borkowski, Adam Schott, and Marcin Lewandowski.
Well, the Poles have been on the podium before, silver in 2015, and they leave Nassau with bronze in 2017. Big cheer from the crowd in the stands. Season's best time of 7:18.74 for the Poles, and bronze medals. Well, they still haven't quite been able to get gold, but a great performance from the Kenyans. Silver medalists.
Just so much competition in that country. National championships, qualifying meets. You just never know who's going to show up at the World Championships for this Kenyan team.
Well, the strength in depth on show again. And a podium position for the Kenyans over middle distance. And that's something they get very, very used to. Well, the women did it yesterday for the United States in this event, and it's the men who do so today. Anchored by Clayton Murphy, Casimir Loxam, Brandon Kidder, Eric Sawinski.
Team of Brandon Kidder, Eric Sawinski,
the American quartet
Casimir Loxam,
going home with gold.
Clayton Murphy.
Retaining the title they won in 2015. On that occasion they were ahead of the Poles. This time they outpaced the Kenyans.
Ladies and gentlemen,
and
the national
they celebrate
anthem
gold
of the United States.
as we pause for the national anthem.
Congratulations to our medalists
The Stars
in the
and
men's
Stripes
4x800 meters.
flying proudly in the Bahamas, and the fans in the stand enjoying it as well. It's another gold and victory for the US in a 4x800 meters relay, following the success of their female teammates yesterday. The men do so today. They get gold. It's Kenya with silver, and the Poles take home bronze. Here's how it all unfolded. Innovations on show, on track, taking you to the heart of the race. There from the outset, on board with the Mexicans. Kenyans led from the front for much of it. You can see the argy-bargy, as we call it, and those handovers can be a really physical zone in the 4x8 and 4x4. And then the final battle, the pace slowing, the drama building. And then Murphy producing the finish to bring the United States of America another gold in Nassau. And he looked like he enjoyed it. So this is the journey that you take from your accommodation onto the coach. We're on board with the Australians. And this is the team that will be taking part in the 4x400 meters relay. Arriving at the stadium, all smiles, staying cool and calm. Out towards the warm-up area. Light workout, nice and gentle.
So we saw the Australian contingent arriving for the next event, the women's 4x400 meter relay final. You can see the bright lights. It's final time. There's the refugee team from the 4x800 in the mix zone doing some interviews as the Australian team straight off the bus into the stadium. That's how we've edited it. They've warmed up, of course. They'll start out in lane number 8.
In lane 7, Great Britain and Northern Ireland.
The Great Britain and Northern Ireland team, led off by Emily Diamond, anchored by Christina Huragu, and that's Ailey Doyle.
Lane 6 is Nigeria.
The Nigerian team.
Jennifer Adobe and Margaret Bangboza.
Patience George on the left will be their lead-off leg.
In lane 5, the reigning European indoor champions from Poland.
The team from Poland.
Adriana Janovic and Justina Sviti.
Justina Sviti.
In lane 4, the United States.
Round guard there. She'll be the second leg for them.
Phyllis Francis, Ashley Spencer,
Here we go.
Cornera Hayes, and Natasha Hastings.
They're striking a pose, the American ladies. There's Natasha Hastings. A big roar for the Jamaicans. Russell, McLaughlin Wilby, Chambers, and McPherson. There she is. Olympic finalist, anchoring the Jamaicans home. There's the team from France. Floria Gui, the fastest in the French team. And the final team in this final, the team from Botswana. So 8 teams line up, the final of the women's 4x400 meter relay. And as we'd expect, a strong American team with a super history in major championships. Points up for grabs, medals up for grabs, automatic London World Championship qualifying spots up for grabs. And the medals come in. But who's going to take the gold medal in this women's 4x400 meter final? If we look at the lineup, Dan, Francis, Spencer, Hayes and Hastings for the team from the USA. Do I have to look any further?
I like the change for the U.S. on the first leg. Phyllis Francis, who ran the 4x200 meters, now she's part of this 4x400 meters. It makes this team even stronger. Phyllis Francis, she has so much experience, and we talk about some of those other Americans who were on this team last year but are not this year. Dee Dee Trotter, Sanya Richards-Ross, Phyllis Francis has got to be a leader along with Natasha Hastings.
There's the lineup. And of course, we have to look further. You've got Jamaica in 3, Great Britain, Northern Ireland in 7. They're Olympic medalists. And there's the Jamaican contingent, hoping their strong squad can bring points and prizes. So, Phyllis Francis ran the 3rd leg for the USA team for that Rio gold last year. She's lead off today. And Morgan Mitchell, 3 times the Australian champion. Australia having a wonderful World Relays. They really have put in some good performances. Mitchell, Ruby, Sargent Jones and Toro is the team on the outside. So, the final of the women's 4x400 meter relay. In 1 hour, 19 minutes time, it will be the mixed 4x4 relay at 10:30 local time. So will some of these athletes double? Will they come back? The gap's kind of tight, not as tight as with the men. They've only got 35 minutes between their final and the mixed relay. That remains to be seen who will line up. There's Great Britain and Northern Ireland's Christine Ahurigu, Olympic gold in 2008, silver in 2012, 2 times the world champion Ahurigu.
I got a chance to see Phyllis Francis run just a couple of weeks ago at Arizona State University. She came out, won the 400 easily. She ran 52 seconds like it was nothing.
Morgan Mitchell, Australia, lane 8. Great Britain, Northern Ireland, Emily Diamond. The team are Olympic bronze medalists now. Diamond, Nielsen, Doyle, Ahurigu. Lane 6 will be Nigeria. Patience George will lead them off. In 5 will be Poland, European indoor bronze this year in the center lanes. And here's the team from the US of A. Francis, Spencer, Hayes and Hastings. But Jamaica will be looking to challenge, of course. It's a sprint relay. Russell will lead them off. France in lane number 2 with Floria Gui on their final leg. And completing the lineup will be the team from Botswana. Amantle Moncho will lead her team off.
On your mark.
The final of the women's 4x400 meter relay. Botswana in 1, France in 2, Jamaica in 3, USA in 4, Poland in 5, Nigeria in 6, Great Britain, Northern Ireland in 7, and Australia in 8. So the USA won this in 2015 in just under 3 minutes 20. They're looking to defend their title. And as expected, Francis of the USA has gone out hard for the Americans.
Well, she's already made up the stagger in the first 200 meters against Holub, the Polish runner. I tell you what, I did like the guts that the Polish athletes competed with yesterday. You cannot let Phyllis Francis shake loose and give the U.S. a big lead, because you will just never catch them.
So America going well, George for Nigeria going well as well. Diamonds in the mix for Great Britain, Northern Ireland. The athletes bounce, and it is the USA who take the baton in the lead, a 50.23 split, the longest leg of a 4x4. Ashley Spencer for the USA. Took world indoor silver last year in Portland. She'll sweep into the back straight in the lead.
Well, I love her toughness. She's a 400-meter hurdler. Opened in the 400, but then took over in the 400 meters, coached by Tanja Buford Bailey.
Well, the close proximity of 4x400 meter running. But there's space at the front for America. Great Britain, Northern Ireland in second at the moment. Nielsen running well after a good indoor season. The Jamaicans on a charge. McLaughlin will be chasing down Nielsen, and Poland are coming back into the mix.
The third leg for the U.S. is going to be Quinera Hayes. She's had an exceptional indoor season. Ran the fastest time in the world indoors in the 300 meters, and she looks to be running away with it.
Well, the world leader, 50.04 Hayes. There's a battle behind her, though, 20 meters behind her. Great Britain, Northern Ireland and Jamaica. Ailey Doyle holding the inside line from the Jamaican chambers. The battle continues for silver, but it's the USA that are leading the way in this 4x4. Hayes is going to come down into the home straight and hand over to the multi-medal Natasha Hastings. USA, Great Britain and Northern Ireland, Jamaica in third.
Well, this is just what the U.S. does to you in the 4x4 women's. They decimate you, they run away from you, all set up by Phyllis Francis now. Giving it to the golden one, Natasha Hastings.
Natasha Hastings down the back straight. The gap's too far back. There's Great Britain's Olympic champion from 2008, Christina Hurrigu. She's being taken at the moment by McPherson. America are gone in this women's 4x4 final. They're going to get the 8 points. They're going to get the $50,000. But it's Jamaica now pulling away with Steffi-Ann McPherson. They're in the silver medal position. Christina Hurrigu being challenged by the Polish team. Poland slot into a medal position. Hurrigu tries to fight back, but America are gone. They'll be the champions in the 4x4. Jamaica being challenged by Poland. Poland are going to get the silver. Jamaica the bronze. 3:24.37. The Americans were gone after the opening leg of Phyllis Francis, but what a run by the Polish team. But once again, Team USA, Francis, Spencer, Hayes and Hastings, just too strong for the rest of the world in that 4x4 final.
Poland did the same exact thing in the heats. Justina Svidi closed like a freight train. I told you, I like the guts. I love the determination of this Polish team.
Well, Natasha Hastings blows us a kiss. Phyllis Francis gives us a jig. There's a reason why they win world championships and Olympic golds, and have done over the years in this event. Very, very strong, the USA. Not a surprise they won it. The team was that good. We'll see if any of those athletes come back for the mixed 4x4 later. But it was a great run by the Polish team. They picked up the silver medal. Spencer, Ashley Spencer on the second leg. The lead was there. She'd been set up wonderfully well by Phyllis Francis. Well, Ruby, the Australian, cutting in on McLaughlin Wilby, the Jamaican. But Natasha Hastings glancing up at the screen, totally in control. Under 50 seconds at her best. An Olympic finalist, but the battle royal was behind her, with Poland, Jamaica battling it out for the silver and the bronze medal. Well, they got the championship record, they've won it before. And Natasha Hastings in the press conference a couple of days ago, we're here to win it. Christina Hurrigu on the right of the shot. The British athlete times it to perfection at major championships, but she couldn't hold off Sviti, she couldn't catch McPherson.
Well, in the U.S., it's just plug and drop. They're 8 deep, sometimes 10 deep. You can put anybody on that relay and they're going to get the job done, and that's because of history.
Let's hear from Natasha Hastings with Atto Bolden trackside.
Well, some nights, Natasha, it is tough going at the office. Not so tonight. Your teammates gave you a very big lead on that anchor leg.
Oh, man, these ladies blew that thing open for me. I just had to bring it home.
So when you have that kind of lead, do you get to have some thoughts on the backstretch? What's going through your mind you're going around this track?
Don't mess this up. Bring it home.
Tell me about your individual goals. You were 4th last year in Rio. What you looking forward to most in 2017?
Well, I seem to be labeled the relay queen this weekend, but I'm still going after that individual, so I'm getting ready for London this summer in that individual spot.
All right, congratulations. Go join the victory lap.
Thank you.
So Natasha Hastings says she's getting ready for London and those World Championships, but she had to negotiate this 4x4 final. The Jamaicans were in fine voice, but the American team was set up as such that Phyllis Francis gave them a super lead and position. The real battle, Britain, Australia, Jamaica and Poland at this point weren't really factoring in the top 1 or 2 positions. But Natasha Hastings, there's none more experienced than her. She said all she had to do was bring it home and not mess it up. A super final. USA take gold, 8 points and $50,000. Confirmation then of the 4x4 relay for women. Gold for the USA, silver for Poland, and a bronze medal for Jamaica.
Well, they really are a quartet where it's all about winning being a habit, and that young lady certainly has got very used to leading and winning and getting a certain colour of medal. But you saw also that this is a big year for her individually as well. She's targeting the IAAF World Championships in London, and she's loved the relays here. Big year.
Well, she's been around a long time as Natasha Hastings. She's accumulated so many major medals. She said she's been dubbed the relay queen. She said she didn't like it at first, but you know what she said? I'm actually proud of what I've done, and she should be as well. Under 50 seconds at her best over the 400 meters. But as she said, her first goal is to make the team through those harsh US trials and get to London. So the presentation then for that 4x400 meter relay.
Here for the women's 4x400 meters. Presenting the award, please welcome Prince Nawaf Al Saud, the council member of the International Association of Athletics Federations. Bronze medalist, Jamaica.
So Jamaica, in a time of 3:28.49 seconds, pick up a bronze medal. Russell, McLaughlin, Wilby, Chambers and McPherson.
Congratulations to Geneve Russell, Anisha McLaughlin Wilby, Verone Chambers, and Stephanie Ann McPherson.
So you hear stadium announcer Paul Swangard congratulating and naming the 4 ladies who picked up the bronze medal for Jamaica here in this women's 4x400 meter relay. $6 points for their team, $20,000.
Silver medalists, another trip to the podium for Poland.
So it was a wonderful run by the Polish team. You can see the delight on their face, the contrast between them and the Jamaicans. 3:28.28 seconds for the Polish team. We've said, Dan, always tidy in Relays Poland in the male and the female races.
Congratulations to Malgorzata Holu, Hugo Baumgart, Adriana Janovic, and Justina Striki.
And they're just fun to watch. You know, the character, they seem like, it look like some petite little gals, but man, they're ferocious out there on the track, and they run their hearts out.
Well, I mentioned that European indoor bronze earlier this year, and now they're picking up a silver medal in the World Relays. It's a psychological boost, it's a confidence boost as well for the individual athletes and the team. It's such a big year.
And your World Relays champions for 2017, gold medalists, the United States.
But out-jogged the 4 athletes that have brought home the gold for the USA again. 3:24.36. Phyllis Francis, Ashley Spencer, Quinera Hayes, and Natasha Hastings.
Quinera Hayes and the Queen, Natasha Hastings.
Queen Natasha Hastings, she's introduced. Well, we'll wait to see, Dan O'Brien, if any of these ladies come out in just over an hour's time for that mixed 4x4 relay. We will see, but the job's been done in the women's 4x4.
Well, and you certainly got to take your hats off to these young ladies, because it's theirs to lose. All the pressure was on them. They come here and they deliver.
The national anthem of the United States.
The women win the 4x4 from the US of A. And as the anthem was playing, the start lists are popping through for the final event of this World Relays in that mixed 4x4. And none of those ladies are due to return. And I can tell you, there's a certain team that will start that final event in lane 4, which is as solid as a piece of rock, including Gardner and Miller Weibo, the Bahamas. So a lot to look forward to before that mixed relay.
Yes, these finals keep coming. The action building to a crescendo here on this second and final night of these World Relays here in Nassau. Now this could be pretty special. Men's 4x200 meters.
Here are the 8 squads beginning in lane 8. Welcome Trinidad and Tobago.
The lanes are stacked with talent here. Trinidad and Tobago will go from lane 8.
Lane 7, China.
Look out for the Chinese, so strong in relays. Promising Liang will be the anchor.
Lane 6, the United States.
They've yet to win this at a World Relays. Will they get it right tonight?
Lane 5, the Bahamas. Blake Bartlett, Samson Colebrook.
Huge roar, of course. Bartlett, Colebrook, Kerr and Hart, the Bahamas.
Lane 4.
Those fans yearning gold. But this could be where the gold goes. It always has done in the past in this event. The Jamaicans, imperious in the 4x2 of these World Relays, and they've got plenty of backing here. But look out for this talented quartet. A potential hiccup in qualifying, but then they were strong. De Grasse has moved to the 3rd leg.
Daniel Bailey, Richard Richardson,
Here's Antigua.
Jared Jarvis, and Tahir Walsh. And lane 1 is Kenya.
On the inside, it'll be a lane 1 for Kenya.
Mike Nyambo, Peter Ngichu, and Colin Jacana.
Collins Gichana will anchor them home.
The final of the men's
We have got
4x200 meters.
a really talented group of athletes out there.
Racing for.
Here's confirmation of the finalists in the men's 4x200 meters relay. The United States have never won this event at the World Relays. The Jamaicans are the 2-time champions. The Bahamas will be roared on by the home crowd. And what have the Canadians got to offer here? And who else could come from the crowd to strike a surprise on this final evening?
Well, Canada really are on a mission, aren't they? They were the fastest in qualifying for the 4x1 final yesterday. Couldn't get the baton around. The USA won in a slower time than they'd qualified in. They're looking to fix up any mistakes from yesterday. And Jamaica, final leg, Johan Blake. He said, I'm in good shape, I'm raring to go. It was just a setback yesterday as the medals come out. But boy, we just wonder which way they're going to go, Tony.
And that is why we love these relays, the unpredictability. You can look at a lineup and think, well, I think this race could go this way, and you can be completely taken by surprise. We think back to the 4x100 meters last night and what drama we had there, with 3 teams not even finishing. But the Jamaicans have been so strong. They have the pedigree here. Ashmead to lead them off. Johan Blake appearing on the anchor. Think of him almost as a veteran at 27 years of age now. Been around that long. And what can the Bahamians do? We've seen some special nights in this stadium as they've been roared on.
Well, they're being introduced to the crowd. There's some facts and figures. I think it's fair to say this has been a bit of a bogey event, as we say in England, for the USA team.
That's right, they've never medalled in this event. They've been the victim of baton exchange problems. They'll be led off here by Noah Lyles, the World Under-20 champion last year, who ran a fantastic anchor to take the United States to a gold medal in the 4x1. But he comes out of the traps here today. Here's Trinidad and Tobago, hoping to get a good start in lane 8 with Mariba Moraine. Tang of China salutes the crowd. He'll start from lane 7. And here is the immensely talented Noah Lyles, the younger brother of Josephus Lyles, who's done very well in the American ranks as well. The roar for the Bahamas and Blake Bartlett. Colebrook, Kerr and Hart complete their quartet. They'll face a mighty challenge, though, as Nickel Ashmead leads the Jamaicans away. And what can the Canadians do? Gavin Smelly will run the lead leg, a long-time lead leg runner. He's got all the experience. Here's Antigua and Barbuda. Daniel Bailey will set them off from lane 2. And here are the Kenyans. Likely to need to produce something pretty special to stay in the company of the likes of Canada, Jamaica, the United States. You can feel the anticipation around this venue now as the wind continues to blow, the flags are fluttering. It's stayed dry overhead now. 4x200 meters men's final. Kenya 1, Antigua 2, Canada 3, Jamaica 4, Bahamas 5, USA 6, China 7, Trinidad and Tobago outside lane 8.
Set.
Well, when it all finishes, there are flamethrowers, but we're going to have some fireworks, I think, first. The Jamaicans look to have gone out pretty well. Noah Lyles has also started impressively for the United States. Ashmead with a good first 200 for the Jamaicans.
Keep an eye on the changeover. That was a good one for the Jamaicans. Ashmead to Hines. Trinidad and Tobago going well on the outside. But look at Lawson for the United States in lane number 6.
Impressive from Jarian Lawson. Remember, there's a big stagger on this race, so we'll watch as the handovers come in now. The Jamaicans look like they're in a good position. The Bahamas are away as well, and the United States are off. And rounding that bend with Jarian Lawson. Lyles handed off to him, and Lawson streaks away. Look at the Jamaicans on the inside with Janik Hines. He will hand over to Rashid Dwyer. It's still pretty tight in there. There's still so much to be decided. The Jamaicans trying to work really hard, and the Canadians are going really well on the inside there. Here come Canada. The United States in second. It's going to be Canada's gold. A surprise, the United States second, Jamaica third. What drama and what a finish. They tore up the form book. They surprised us all at the end. De Grasse had run a really good third leg, and it was away for Brown, and Aaron Brown, who's had some bad memories at World Relays. Well, this is a very, very good one. The Canadians, we knew had talent, and they've just produced a fantastic effort there to win World Relay gold. The Jamaicans in the end just couldn't keep up. There was too much for Johan Blake to do. And the best time of the year. And the gold for Canada.
Andre De Grasse, I'm going to be searching for splits on that leg. He absolutely tore down, completely put Canada in control. Look at him on the centre of your screen. He brought back any stagger that the other teams had had. He shouts on his teammate Aaron Brown. The USA at this point were looking to make a little bit of a challenge with Webb. Johan Blake in the centre of the shot. Not a chance for the Jamaicans on this occasion, or the Americans, because Canada and Aaron Brown, there you go, brought home the gold medal. Well, Jamaica won the women's in this event, and Canada, kind of normal service resumed, I think, for the Canadians after their disappointment yesterday. Very impressive.
A point to prove, I think it was for them, wasn't it? The quartet of Smelly, Rodney, De Grasse and Brown with time to celebrate as he came across the line. Disappointment for the Jamaicans a little in the end there. Two-time champions here, but not this time round. We'd seen Lyles get the United States off to a good start, and Lawson tried to keep it going. Too much for Amir Webb on the final leg to do in the end. Here's confirmation of how it finished. And the Canadians, gold medalists in Nassau, edging out the United States. Jamaica with third. The Bahamas there finished in fifth. And it's a first World Relay win for the Canadians in Nassau. And a very, very impressive group. That for Smelly, Rodney, De Grassa and Aaron Brown. And we can go down trackside and join Atto Bolden, who's talking to Aaron Brown right now.
All right, taking the victory lap with Aaron Brown and the rest of Team Canada. When you're in a race with Jamaica and the United States, are you expecting to have that sort of a margin of victory?
I'm confident, my guys. These three are my brothers right here. We've been training hard, we know we're fast, and we can compete with the best. So when we line up with them, I'm confident in our abilities.
Now, you guys didn't have the best of luck in that 4x1. How much of tonight is you guys sort of trying to make up for the disappointment in the 4x1?
Well, we definitely wanted to showcase our talent. You know, we're a country that's on the rise, and we have a really strong pool of great sprinters in Canada, so we didn't get a chance to show in the 4x1, but in the 4x2, came back with redemption.
That's an impressive victory over the best in the world. You guys enjoyed. World Relay Champions, Canada!
Thank you.
Aaron Brown on the anchor, and De Grassa powered away on that third leg. And the Canadians came into this the fastest in the world this year, and they bettered that time. And as they celebrate, let's just take a reminder of how they did it. Well, the Americans arriving, trying to win this event for the first time. The Canadians look relaxed. The pressure perhaps on the Jamaicans and Johan Blake, the two-time champions at these relays. Plenty of support for them. Lyles had got the Americans off to a strong start. Trinidad and Tobago showed early as well. Lawson on that second leg, the Texan. But the Canadians with De Grassa on that third leg, and then the handover you see to set Aaron Brown away. And Brown knew gold was coming for Canada for the first time ever at the World Relays, leaving Blake in his trail, and the United States as well. Success and gold for Canada.
Well, Aaron Brown was telling Atto Bolden they wanted to showcase our talent. I think it's fair to say that on the second and final night in Nassau, they told Atto Bolden that we wanted to showcase our talent, and they definitely did in that 4x200 meters. The medals are out.
And I think the crowd wanted to see that talent.
Yeah.
Success for the Canadians, and gold medals upcoming. Medal ceremony for the 4x200 meters relay.
Well, they're keeping Atto Bolden busy. They've slotted him in to present the medal.
More medals here in the men's 4x200 meters. Presenting the awards, someone you've gotten to know very well this weekend, IAAF ambassador, four-time Olympic medalist Atto Bolden. Bronze medalists, Jamaica.
Well, frustration for the Jamaicans on this occasion. They've won gold here twice, but they will make it to the podium. Bronze medalists on this occasion. Johan Blake added to the team for the final, but there was little he could do by the time the baton was transferred into his hands.
Nickel Ashby, O'Shane Bailey, Rashid Dwyer, and Johan Blake.
Rashid Dwyer, the last of the quartet to receive his bronze medal. Jamaica, third.
Silver medalists, the United States.
The US, Noah Lyles on that opening leg, handed to Lawson, Young, and then it was Amir Webb to bring them home to a silver medal.
Well, this bodes well for the U.S. because this is a young quartet, an extremely young quartet. They're out there getting some great experience, and they come home with the silver medal.
And Amir Webb.
Yes, it's a learning curve, a learning experience for them here, and the United States quartet head back with a silver. What's turning into another excellent World Relays for the USA. Season's best mark in a 4x200 meters relay.
And here are your 2017 World Relays champions, the gold medalists from Canada.
But the Canadians, the emerging force perhaps. In De Grasse, maybe they really are handing a baton on for the next generation. And he and his teammates there produced a fine run.
The team of Gavin
Smelly, Rodney, De Grasse and Aaron Brown, who brought them home to cross the line and take Canada to a landmark gold at the World Relays.
This certainly is a team that you need to keep an eye out on now as we get into the World Championships, even with a Jamaican full strength with Usain Bolt, U.S. with Justin Gatlin. This team can contend.
Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Canada.
The Canadians will hear the anthem here in Nassau. Great moment for Canada at these IAAF BTC World Relays. Gold in the 4x2. And there's all the medalists together. Jamaicans beaten out to bronze on this occasion. The US still to claim a gold in a 4x2 in Nassau. Mixture of emotions, I think you could say, on show there.
I think it's fair to say Johan Blake is not a particularly happy man at the moment. He said he's ready to rumble in this World Championship year. We'll see him progress towards London, hopefully, in August. Nice shot there between De Grasse and Blake, two of the fastest men of all time.
Well, Blake will, I'm sure, have some advice for De Grasse. He's been there, knows what it's like to be on the very top of the podium. You sense De Grasse is heading there quite often in the future. But there, I just think, a microcosm encapsulating, really, the joy of success and perhaps the feelings when you maybe don't feel you've quite been able to produce your very best on the big stage.
So the music's ramped up for the next final. There's the call room. Familiar faces are lining up with the male quarter milers. But the heartbeat beats around the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. The next final is the 4x100 meters for women B final.
Nigeria is a scratch in lane 5 is British Virgin Islands.
So lane number 5 will come out. That'll be the team for the British Virgin Islands. Nedal Huggins, the 20-year-old, will lead them off in this 4x1B final. The team from Ecuador, 3 of the team are back that set the national record here in 2015. They won this B race in 2015, and the Canadians will line up in lane number 3. Farah Jacks will lead them off on the first leg. And Harrison, the 23-year-old, will anchor her team hopefully home. So 3 teams taking part in this 4x1B final. We've been saying it all weekend, Dan O'Brien, but it is important. We saw it in the men's 4x1. 3 teams were promoted from the B final into the A and guaranteed their place for London. Important.
For a number of different reasons. You know, athletes get to run another race. Coaches get to evaluate those athletes. You may earn your spot on a team. If you came here and didn't get a chance to run the B final is an opportunity for some of those athletes to get a little bit more experience, but also, if anything happens in the A final, guess who gets to move up? The winner of the B final.
Exactly. Not just the winner last night. 3 of them went up, didn't they? Including the Bahamas, much to the delight of our Bahamian friends here.
Well, and it certainly was the talk, even on the bus back to the hotel and around the hotel, is that the Bahamians qualified. That's the most important
There
thing.
you go. So, the check marks being put down. The British Virgin Islands, they'll go out of lane number 5. But all eyes potentially maybe on the Ecuadorian team in lane 4. As I mentioned, 3 of the team are back that set their national record. They won this B race in 2015. As Nelda Huggins puts her blocks in. And there she is, Juliana Angulo. She's the national record holder in the long jump. So she's kicking off the first leg here for Ecuador. You look at season's best, they're all in the 44-point range. Canada 44.98, Ecuador 44.54, and the British Virgin Islands 44.05. So it should be a close race.
Well, and you know, Kat, the Bahamas here really sets a standard for what a small nation and a small city compared to a lot of the powerhouses around the world, what they can really do in the sport of athletics and track and field. How you can foster youth in the sport of track and field and see them grow and be successful.
Well, they're the 3 final leg runners. Center Angela Tenorio, the 21-year-old. She's run under 11 seconds at her best. So the 4x100 meter final for women, the B final. That's Nelda Huggins, the 20-year-old. A nice little smile. Harrigan, Scott, Kelly and King. Ecuador will line up in lane number 4. Angulo, Lanzaruli, Cefuentes and Tenorio. And in lane 3, Canada, Jax, Emmanuel, Davis and Harrison. So it's a 3-horse race for this B final, with the defending B final champions Ecuador in 4. The rain stopped quite a while ago now. Still a bit windy.
On your mark.
But it is 5 to 10 local time here in Nassau as the athletes take to their blocks. The B final of the women's 4x100 meter relay. Canada in 3, Ecuador in 4, and the British Virgin Islands in 5.
Set.
So a good start, a pretty even start. Nothing, oops, a little bit of a wobble there from Angulo, the Ecuadorian, but she hands over the baton. A dodgy change by Canada. It's the British Virgin Islands flying down the back straight with Harrigan Scott, a world indoor bronze medalist over 60 meters. They've messed it up because she had the baton in the wrong hand, which means it's a two-horse race in this B final. Canada, Ecuador. Harrison for Canada, the 23-year-old, looking to bring home and win the B final. Ecuador aren't finished yet, though. It's a close finish. 44.26 seconds. Ecuador and Angela Tenorio, the quickest on paper in the field, overhauled the last leg runner of Harrison from Canada. But we're going to have a replay. I'm sure we will on the changeover on the top bend. I'm sure the athlete swapped the baton in her hand, Dan O'Brien, when she was running, panicked and tried to change it back.
Oh, just at the last minute, she switched hands. She had it in the right hand, she switched to the right.
I'd have to see that again because I'm not sure whether the outgoing runner actually put the wrong hand back or the incoming runner swapped her hand. But let's look at the finish here. The Canadians, well, technically looking really good, Harrison, but it was the speed of Tenorio.
Oh, she walked her down.
10.99 at her best. She ran back in 2015. But let's have a closer look on this changeover here between Harrigan Scott and Kelly. She either swapped and put it back, or Ashley Kelly put out the wrong hand. See, we haven't gone far enough back, but either way, you can't put the hand into that hand. And it ruined the chances of the British Virgin Islands. See, look, left hand there of Harrigan Scott. She changes it, I was right, she changes it to the right hand because she could potentially see Kelly going to put back the wrong hand. What an absolute disaster.
Well, it's a great example of what can go wrong in the 4x1 relay and really the difficulties of getting that thing around. And, you know, who was in the wrong there, we'll never know. That team will certainly know, but, you know, I guarantee you they'll get it right next time.
Well, we may hear at some point the confirmation on that one. But what a story in the B final of the women's 4x100 meter relay. 3 teams started, Canada, Ecuador and the British Virgin Islands. You might have thought it might not have much drama, a race with just 3 teams, but that wasn't the case. It really was an even start. The British Virgin Islands in lane number 5 got off well with Nelda Huggins, but the disaster of a changeover on the top bend meant that Ecuador and Canada were left to battle it out. Harrison, she'd have known that Tenorio was coming, and it was the Ecuadorian that passed the Canadian. They win the B final in this women's 4x100 meter relay. With some of the issues that are going on here at the World Relays, that could be a big win for Ecuador. Wow, well, it was a super race, and there's still some super races left to come. There is the Snoop camera. The athletes are poised and they're ready. I used to hate call rooms, Dan O'Brien, because all you get is a little space and 8 chairs. Nobody looks at anybody because the fear could be in the eyes.
Well, in the call room only happens at the championship meets. And so it takes you out of your rhythm. When you go to a normal meet, you go directly from the warm-up right onto the track. But here you have to go in, you have to sit, they check your gear, and it's a little uncomfortable.
Well, here's confirmation of what's ended up to be a very dramatic race. Ecuador won the race in 44.26. Did not finish British Virgin Islands. Canada DQ'd, and of course Nigeria didn't start.
I think the Canadians just didn't transfer the baton on one of the early handovers, in fact. big final coming up on the track. It's always one that gets the fans excited, even if the anticipation hasn't quite captured some of their imagination yet.
8 teams that already have their ticket to London in the World Championships, now in the 4x400 meter final.
Colourful local culture on show with the Junkadoo outfits. Ready to introduce the Jamaican quartet who compete in this 4x400 meters final.
Team of Peter Matthews, Dennis Gay, Martin Manley, and Stephen Gale.
We'll include a Rio medalist in Peter Matthews, of course.
Matthew Hudson Smith.
Great Britain named the same team who qualified for the final. They're deciding not to put Martin Rooney out. He's carrying a slight injury. More a precaution for him not to be involved. Trinidad and Tobago will start out in lane 6. Lalonde Gordon's on the anchor leg for them.
Lane 5 will be Botswana.
Watch out for the team in lane 5. They could be really dangerous here. Well, they've got it all down. And Sabanda was very impressive in qualifying. The fastest, in fact, of anyone who ran. Here are the United States, two-time champions in the 4x4 here in Nassau. Sean Merritt on the anchor. And here come the French. Jordier will anchor their team. Here come the Brazilians from lane 2. Enriquez will go out first for them. Lucas Carvalho's on the anchor. On the inside for lane 1, here come the Cubans.
Williams, Colazo, Adrian Chacon, Osbadil, Pellicier, and Yolandis Leske. The final of the men's 4x400 meters.
Here's the lineup then for the men's 4x400 meters relay. The United States defending the title they've won here in 2014 and 15. Danger from the Botswanans outside them. Great Britain performed well in qualifying. Out in lane 7. The Jamaicans on the outside, lane 8. Well, a view of the stadium starting low and looking high down over that opening bend for those athletes who are about to take on this 4x400 meters final. Jamaicans will be led off by Peter Matthews. Came home from Rio with a silver medal. Can he leave Nassau with gold? Brazilians poised and ready. The athletes, of course, who will be bunched and watching on as the lead leg men take them off, including David Verberg of the United States on the winning team last time out here in Nassau. Record times held by the United States historically, both in championship record and world record, which has stood since 1993.
I was there. I got to see it in stadium. Very, very exciting. Michael Johnson, Butch Reynolds.
Big names who the Americans have followed in the footsteps with and succeeded really well at these world relays.
Well, the U.S. certainly going to be the team to beat. Not sure they can dominate the field quite like the women did, but they are certainly dominating the team standings after 9 events. 45 points for the U.S. Jamaica in second with 20, tied with Australia. Australia's looking good here in the Bahamas at these world relays.
Lane by lane then. Here are the Jamaicans, led off by Peter Matthews in lane 8. Matthew Hudson-Smith, real talent coming out of Great Britain and Northern Ireland. Inside him, Trinidad and Tobago. Bronze here in 2014. Rennie Kwo on the lead leg. The Botswanans possess two very talented youngsters, and here's the experience of Makwala to lead them off. David Verberg of the United States will run their opening leg before handing to Tony Makwai. Here are the French in lane 3. Han will set them away. The Brazilians will run from lane 2. Anderson Enriquez will hand off to Alexander Russo. De Souza and Carvalho make up their team as we look at the Cubans, and Colazzo running from the inside. And he'll take on that big stagger that the 4x4 has. You can see the British athletes wearing black ribbons this weekend, remembering Jermaine Mason, former Olympic silver medalist who tragically died last week. Nice tribute from the Great Britain team. So they're down in their blocks. It's the men's 4x400 meters final. Cuba in 1, Brazil 2, France 3, USA 4, Botswana 5, Trinidad and Tobago 6, Great Britain 7, Jamaica 8. As the gun goes, and they're away cleanly from the start. Hudson-Smith has got the Jamaican Peter Matthews outside him, and Matthews has gone pretty well. On the inside, the United States with Verberg made a good start as well. Makwala, who might just be able to feel him a little on his shoulder. Kwo on the outside there for Trinidad and Tobago. Looks like a decent start from Peter Matthews. Also, though, from the United States, with David Verberg going well.
Well, from the looks of things, the Botswanans have loaded up their 4x4 relay, decided not to load up their mixed relay. Makwala has given up some ground to David Verberg, but we've got a long ways to go.
Approaching the first handover, we'll watch who takes the baton first. Great Britain have done pretty well there. They're pretty even with the Jamaicans, so lane 7 and 8 looking good, but on the inside, of course, the United States with Tony Makwai now racing off down the inside, and you can see how strong they produced as Makwai, the red headband blowing in the wind, takes a look up. He's having a real good look behind him. He knows he's got the Jamaicans settling in with Demish Gay in second place. The Botswanans now with Tebe are trying to make a little bit of a run for it, but the United States have got a good lead here.
Well, Tony Makwai really pushed that first 300 nice and hard. We'll see how he can hang on this last 100, or we'll see if the early season fatigue gets to him. He's given up a little bit of ground, but a good run.
Jareem Richards has run really well for Trinidad and Tobago, and they're in second place at the moment as the United States have the baton in the hands of Kyle Clemens now in this 4x400 meters final, and it's Clemens who takes them round into that back straight, and he's got them chasing. The Jamaicans working really hard as well now to try and push up and put some pressure on with Martin Manley in there, and he's done really well. Trinidad hanging in there as well.
Manley did a great move on the back straight with about 200 meters to go, but watch out for the Botswana team. They're in 4th position. They got a closer, remember that.
Sabanda is poised and ready as Clemens brings them down the home straight. There's a 4-way tussle at the moment for gold in this World Relays. Who are we going to see? Will the experience of Merritt do the job, or will it be the youthful style and talent of Sabanda? Remember, Sabanda was the quickest in qualifying, but LaShawn Merritt's been there and done it here in these World Relays. He knows how to anchor them. Trinidad and Tobago in there as well, and the Jamaicans with Gale putting the pressure on. What a race! Here comes Sabanda on the shoulder of Merritt. This is going to be some finish. The Jamaicans can't quite keep up with them at the moment. Stephen Gale's just lost a couple of meters on them. Sabanda's having to work. Merritt, though, holding him off. He's done this before in the World Relays to bring the United States home to gold. And can he hold off Sabanda here? What a finish. It's Merritt for the United States. Holds off Sabanda. Jamaica will get the bronze. But once more, the United States celebrate gold. 2-time champions. It's now 3-time champions at the World Relays in the 4x400 meters.
Well, the U.S. team didn't need to load up this 4x4 relay. They've got the golden baton in hand. There's just not enough events that anybody can win to catch them. But it's all about the pride for this team. It's all about the continuing domination. They didn't want to give an inch to any of these teams. And how many times have we seen LaShawn Merritt bring it home for the U.S.?
He's done it twice here, in 2014 and 15 at World Relays alone. And the US team, right through from Verburg, McQuay, Clemens and Merritt, will be celebrating gold again here in Nassau.
But didn't he have to dig deep? The Botswanan team were outstanding. Gordon, the tall figure, the Olympic bronze medalist from Rio, I thought might make a charge for Trinidad and Tobago. But LaShawn Merritt was controlling the race here. But Botswana, super team, world number 2 and 3 in their squad at the moment in the rankings. Merritt had to dig deep for this one. It really was down to the wire, wasn't it? The crowd were on their feet.
Well, just for a moment you thought Sabanda fancied he was going to do it, and then Merritt just stayed strong and held him off. And it was a real thriller of a finish, as it so often has been here in these finals of the World Relays. The Jamaicans were delighted as Stephen Gale brought them through for a hard-fought bronze medal. The battle going on behind as well, with Trinidad and Tobago and Cuba in there. Great Britain had faded by that point as Theo Campbell ran their anchor leg, but they were run out of it quite early on, really. Confirmation of the results. It's gold again for the United States in the 4x400 meters relay for men. The Botswanans put up a real battle, but they held them off in the home straight. And it's silver for Botswana. Jamaica make it onto the podium with 3rd place.
That was a decent American team as well, and you got Botswana challenging now. Think of the South African team. They've had their national championships this weekend. Wade van Niekerk, 1990, leading the world rankings over 200 after a silver in the 100, running 10:04. The South Africans are flying. Everybody's getting closer in world rankings nowadays. It's so much fun. The last individual male race, wasn't it, of course? We got the women's 4x1 to come, and then the mixed 4x4 relay to end these world relays. And America with an unassailable lead in the points, 53 points now. Jamaica have moved up to 2nd with 26 points, so the USA win their 3rd golden baton. That's in the bag.
Well, some race, some really competitive stuff in there. Ultimately, history repeated itself, though. The Jamaicans made a confident start with Peter Matthews. Hudson Smith had got the British off to a consistent start. They would fade. The Jamaican handover early on from Matthews to Gay, but it was during leg 2 that McQuay really put a shift on for the United States. And then by the time Clemens handed to Merritt, the battle was really on with Botswana. Sabanda had been really quick yesterday, the quickest in fact of any individually. And in the home straight, well, we've seen this moment before, the United States holding off the rival. Botswana takes silver, USA gold. It was a great leg from Tony McQuay, and let's hear from him trackside.
Okay, here with Tony McQuay, who ran 2nd on the victorious USA team. You guys had company in this race just about all the way to the finish line.
Well, you know, the main goal was today to come out with the win, focus on what we had doing, and we're our own competitors at the end of the day, and that's what we did today, and we ended up pulling out the win.
I remember when you just started on this 4x4 team, and now you're almost one of the veterans. What's it been like representing the United States all over the world?
Oh, it's been a blessing. It's been a true honor to come amongst these fellas, having people come up under me, having people up before me, and being able to hold that standard that Team USA has always had to win gold on the 4x4.
All right, go around the track, do the victory lap, get the medals. Congratulations.
Thank you. Go USA.
Tony McQuaid joins the rest of his teammates engulfed in the stars and stripes. And victorious here in Nassau yet again. Saluted by the fans on that far side of the track.
Well, they're taking one of the longest laps of honour because the guys with the medals are waiting patiently for them. We've been turning things around this weekend, haven't we? Nice and quick. You run, you go straight over, you get your medals, and then we move on. But they're waiting for the USA team to get round.
Looked like that USA team was rubbing it in just a bit over there on the far side where a majority of the Jamaican fans are. I'm not sure that was cheering. Just fun, a little bit of fun.
They did that in the 4x1 2 years ago. Ryan Bailey did that against the Jamaicans when he held off Usain Bolt. And then they went to the World Championships and it was a different story. And that's why in this World Championship year in London in August, the best in the world will be there to do battle for the gold, silver and bronze medals. This USA 4x4 team over the years, you're talking double figures in terms of World Championships, golds they've won, Olympic golds they've won. And we still wait for them to come and collect their World Relay gold.
Well, it's a well-trodden path for United States teams in this event at World Relays. Carrying on what's becoming a bit of a tradition for them in the 4x4. And poised and ready with the medals. Medal ceremony for the men's 4x400 meters. A keenly contested
over. Let's hand out some medals in the men's
competition.
4x400
Botswana
meters.
pushing it really hard.
Presenting the medals, please welcome the CEO of our title sponsor BTC, Mr. Leon Williams.
Leon Williams ready to hand the medals out.
Bronze medalists, Jamaica.
And the Jamaicans look really pleased when they crossed the line as Gale came in to secure third. He saw his teammates Matthews, Gay and Manley straight out to tell him, yes, we've done it, we're on the bronze medal here.
Let's congratulate Peter Matthews, Demish Gay, Martin Manley, and Stephen Gale.
Matthews, Gay, Manley and Gale, Jamaica's bronze medalists in the 4x400 meters. A season's best time for them in securing third
Silver
place.
medalists, Botswana.
A talented quartet here who pushed the United States all the way. Makwala got them off and into the race. Tebe there has been a bit of a star. There's the pain and the rigours of competition on show for this quartet.
Makwala, Babaloki Tebe, Onkabetse Kobolo,
And Sibanda there,
Sabanda.
involved in one of the great finales to a race in these World Relays this weekend.
Well, they certainly made it fun, and I thought Sabanda made a little bit of a move too early. He might have had a better chance had he just gotten on the shoulder of LaShawn Merritt and tried to outkick him down the stretch, but nonetheless, a silver medal. Congratulations.
And your 2017 World Relays champions, the gold medalists, the United States.
They've done it again. The USA, Verberg, McQuay, Clemens and Merritt. It's a well-trodden path for them in the 4x4 in Nassau. And it's gold once more for the United States of America, after another thrilling finish.
The medals being presented to David Verberg, Tony McQuay, Kyle Clemens, and LaShawn Merritt.
The sweet feeling of success
Ladies
for the USA quartet.
The national anthem of the United
Gold
States.
medalists as we pause for the anthem. So another gold for the United States in the 4x400 meters. Another thriller for us to witness here in Nassau as well. Confirmation of the medalists then, United States with gold, Botswana running a really good race to come home with silver. The Jamaicans delighted as they crossed the line with a bronze. All smiles all round really for those 12. And with that victory, the United States lead now in the race for the golden button is unassailable. But we're not finished yet. Well, a blustery evening. The flag's still fluttering as we stand by for the 4x100 meters relay for women final, which will see the French go out in lane 8.
In lane 7, the reigning European champions from the Netherlands. Jamil Samuel.
Strong team from the Netherlands, including Daphne Schippers, the world champion and Olympic medalist.
6, China.
Here are the Chinese in lane 6.
Wei Yongli, Tao
how we'll run the third leg. Here come the Germans. They can be dangerous as well. We've seen them perform well this weekend. Maya will run the second leg. Rebecca Haas will bring them home. Tatiana Pinto on leg 3. Here are the Jamaicans. Natasha Morrison on the second leg for them, and so much support in the crowd for them. Here come the USA. Winners in 2014 and maybe again in 2017, who knows? English Gardner. There's the Brazilians. They'll be in lane 2. Stand by for one more big cheer. That must give them so much momentum, so much excitement. Home heroes and heroines, and the Bahamians hoping to give the support here. One of those medals maybe at the end of the night.
Well, we know the deal by now, as I'm sure all our IAAF BTC World Relay viewers and listeners know the deal in terms of sprint relays. Jamaica, USA, the big guns in this final in 3 and 4. To and fro in Tony at major championships. USA Olympic gold last year after the rerun. They were reinstated, they won the gold. Jamaica took the silver. This is competition and head-to-head number, let's say, 150.
Where will the battle lines be drawn here? The lineup for the women's 4x100 meters relay here in Nassau. The United States and Jamaica together, lanes 3 and 4. The US with Tiana Bartoletta, a silver medalist at the last World Relays here. Brilliant on track or in field, of course, with her long jump achievements. Here's English Gardner, celebrated her birthday yesterday. The present today could be gold. The Brazilians on the inside with Bruna Farias. Looking to get a good start from lane 2. Now, if the Netherlands have a smooth handover, Gafour there, who's on leg 3, will have received from Shippers. So the pressure on Jamil Samuel. And there is Shippers, a world champion, such a talent. And they've put her right in the middle of the race in leg 2. From the outside then, the French, lane 8. Nafua will run the lead leg. Zahi will anchor them. So the Netherlands looking for a strong performance from Jamil Samuel. Shippers will get the baton second for them. Here are the Chinese with Liang. And Yuan will run the anchor. The Germans with Burkhardt handing off to Maya. Pinto will then hand the baton to Rebecca Haas for the final leg. Here are the Jamaicans, the defending champions here in Nassau. Simone Facey. The United States have got their eyes on the prize now. The golden baton's heading their way. Is another gold medal coming? Bartoletta will lead them off. The Brazilians with Farias. Santos on the anchor. Big roar for the Bahamian team. Divine Parker on the inside in lane 1.
On your mark.
The others can only wait, just for now. Suddenly the atmosphere turns up a notch. Bahamas, Brazil, USA, Jamaica, Germany, China, Netherlands, France. 4x100 meters relay final. And away they go. The United States will be looking to get a strong start from Bartoletta over in lane 3. Watch for these first handovers, and don't forget Shippers is going to be there, and she's got the baton. May have been a problem earlier in the field, but Shippers has really put the accelerator down for the Netherlands, and we may well have lost the United States, you know, very early on. I think we have lost the USA, so the battle is really on now, as Jamaica will come round to the home straight, but also outside them will be the Germans. And look at Haas for Germany, and China in there as well, and Jamaica. Can Haas hold them off? Here come the Jamaicans, but it's gold for Germany, silver for Jamaica, and China with the bronze. And drama as the USA bowed out way back early on in that race. Bartoletta had gone off, but they didn't get the button round. The Germans did. Burkhardt, Meyer, Pinto and Haas. And it's gold for these delighted German girls in Nassau.
Well, let's have a look at this. Keep an eye on America there. Tiana Bartoletta, she tripped.
It was a fall.
Oh, she's led off the Americans on the lead leg at the last 2 Olympics when they've won gold. Well, we'll be interested to find out whether she slipped on the wet track, whether she's been injured, but America were down. But let's look at the Germans here. How often can you say Germany going head-to-head with the Jamaicans in a 4x1 relay? They were outstanding in the heat, the Germans, to qualify for this final. And look at that, Rebecca Haus. Oh, yes. A German win at the World Relays, $50,000. Absolutely superb from the German team. The Chinese were running well as well. 41.37 seconds.
And Sasha Forbes was on that anchor for Jamaica, and you just thought around 50 meters out that perhaps they just would have enough, but Haas found it in her to just hold off that challenge and bring the Germans across the line to the gold. There's Burkhardt, who ran a really good opening leg, but drama for the Americans as Bartoletta actually fell on that first before even reaching the first handover mark.
Well, we've seen everything happen at the World Relays over the years. I remember the American team in one event put their marks in the wrong place. They got their box measurements wrong with dropped batons. We've had slips on tracks, we've had injuries. We'll try and find out more, but let us not take away that German victory. Very, very good running indeed, draped in the German flag. More drama in the final female-only event here at the World Relays, and a deserved victory for the German team.
Well, what a great moment for Germany at a World Relays. Gold from that quartet. Haas there, holding off the Jamaicans in the home straight as the crowd roared them on. And here again, look at just what happened there for Bartoletta, and a real fall, and sad to see her prostrate on the surface like that. Confirmation, Germany, World Relay winners. Jamaica beaten out to second, China third, the Brazilians and the United States unable to finish. Well, it was quite a performance from the Germans, and the anchor leg came from Rebecca Haas, and she's trackside right now.
The golden baton.
with Rebecca Haas, the anchor of that German team. You've been around this track twice. Both times you've come out victorious.
I can't believe it. It's amazing. I just ran and thought, okay, good race, but okay, we're first. Wow. I didn't expect this.
Now, when I asked you after your round win if you were going to change anything, you said, no, it worked. We're not going to change anything. That was the formula for success tonight, right?
Yeah, I think it worked pretty good, how you can see.
Upset winners, Germany. Congratulations, World Relay champions.
Thank you so much.
Yeah, Atto Bolden said it there. Upset winners, Germany. Congratulations to that quartet. What a performance. What a story. And here's how it unfolded. Not again, I think Gardner actually said to the camera. Schippers on that second leg, of course, for the Netherlands. But from the off, the story of the first leg happens right there. Bartoletta over. With the Americans gone, Schippers runs a really strong leg for the Dutch, but the handover was tight. And then home straight. Well, as Haas said, she ran, but she wasn't expecting necessarily to run to gold, but that's exactly what she did, holding off the Jamaicans for German victory. Well, history made at these World Relays tonight with two new additions to the gold medal rankings. And the latter coming from Germany.
Time to present some more medals in the women's 4x100 meters. Presenting the awards, a council member for the International Association of Athletics Federations, Pauline Davis-Thompson.
A cheer for Pauline Davis-Thompson here on behalf of the IAAF Council.
Bronze medalists.
Handing out the medals.
Republic of China.
The Chinese were in the race all the way. And it was real drama on that home straight.
The medals
Yuan
being awarded
on the
to
anchor.
Yang Xiaoxing, Wei Yongli, Tao Yuzha, and Guan Qiqi.
Well, 43.11 seconds for the Chinese. Our CIS system has given us the correct times now. They're flashing up the national record for the Germans. It wasn't quite that quick, but the Chinese were pretty swift tonight, weren't they? Look very happy as well with their deserved medal in that 4x1 relay. And a good world relay, the
Silver
Chinese.
medalists from Jamaica.
Well, it was really set up on that final leg, and the battle lines were drawn between the Jamaicans and the Germans. Sashley Forbes not quite able to catch Rebecca Haas. The Jamaicans on the podium again, though.
Natasha Morrison, Ayon Evans, and Sashley Forbes.
And it'll be silver for the Jamaicans. Season's best 42.95, silver for Jamaica.
World Relays champions and gold medalists, Germany.
You can see the emotion, you can see what it means. It's a victory perhaps they didn't see coming, it's a victory we didn't see coming, but it is a gold for Germany. And don't they love it?
The medals being presented to Alexandra Burkhardt, Lisa Meyer, Tatiana Pinto, and Rebecca Haase. Ladies and gentlemen, the national anthem of Germany.
The German anthem, gold at the World Relays. Well, those are images that'll stick with us from these World Relays this weekend. The delight, the emotion, the joy of German gold. There's the medalists. German gold, silver for Jamaica, and China with the bronze. But what happened to the United States? Tiana Bartoletta falling. Let's join them trackside and find out.
Tiana, are you okay, first of all? It looked like a nasty trip. What happened?
Yes, I'm okay. Thanks for asking. I run the turn pretty tight, and so with the track being as wet as it is, I just slipped, and all the momentum made it for a nasty fall. I'm just disappointed for them because we were ready to roll.
But USA still have the gold baton. It's already yours, so it's another really successful IAAF BTC World Relays for you.
Yeah, it's been a great meet for the USA and the team in general, and I'm really happy for the entire team. We've done so well here.
What's been your highlight? I mean, it's full of them for you guys. You're such a strong team, and the women and the men's. What's been your highlight?
I mean, we've been practicing really hard, and everything in practice has looked great. So I think we're all ready to roll. So just down the line in the future, we'll definitely be ready to rock.
What next for you girls, English?
You know, just keep going with your season. I know we all have our own separate meets, you know, in the season, and we're gonna get, you know, ready for June, and that's our trials. So every goal for us is at trials, to make the team and to be able to come together again as four and be able to redeem ourselves.
Unlucky, and good luck for the rest of the season. It's been a pleasure meeting you all.
Thank you.
Well, the golden baton is heading the United States way, but disappointment for the women there in the 4x100 meters.
So the crowd eagerly anticipating the final event of these IAAF BTC World Relay Championships. The World Relays have been super. And a 4x4 mixed relay is what is ending the World Relays this year. 2 men, 2 women in any order that you like. And Botswana will start in lane number 8. The Kenyan team are out and ready in force. The team from Jamaica.
Latoya Gould and Jamari Rose. Lane 5, the United States.
Here we go.
Michael Berry, Jade Stepter, Paul Denwo, and Claudia Francis.
They'll start in lane number 5. They're going male, female, male, female. Let's wait for the noise. This isn't just a good team, this is a super team. Stephen Gardner, the world leader. Shawnee Miller-Uibo, the Olympic gold medalist. Antonique Strawn and Michael Matthew. The Polish team. Rafael Amalko will bring them home. There he is, a nice little smile. Australia come out, they'll line up in lane number 2. They'll finish potentially 3rd in the overall standings, but they're battling with Poland and potentially that Polish team. Maybe finish higher than the Australians as Trinidad and Tobago give us their poses, and Chelsea Charles will bring home the Trinidad and Tobago team. So as the medals come out, Dan O'Brien, it's the first time we've had a 4x4 mixed relay in the World Relays. It's been done previously at Age Group Championships a couple of years ago. The idea of Pauline Davis-Thompson, she said, do we like it?
I love it.
No doubt.
And I think a lot of people in the stands have been waiting for this particular moment. We've been talking about it all week long. The mixed relay, how are they going to set it up? Who's, you know, which person are you going to put on the team, and who's going to run first and second? From the looks of things, the Bahamians loaded up the mixed relay. When we started this thing, only 4 teams had ever won World Relay gold medals. Canada gets on that list tonight. This is an opportunity for another country to bring home a gold medal.
Well, and Botswana have also had a good night tonight. But potentially, it's written in the Nassau Stars, the Bahamas Stars. It's probably been scripted, if you look on paper, wonderfully well as the final event. There is Michael Matthew. He'll be on the 4th leg for the Bahamas, following on, hopefully, from Gardner, Miller-Uibo, Strachan. It's a very strong team on paper.
I've been to a lot of World Championships, Olympic Games, and I always root for the home country to come home with 1 gold medal so that that country can hear its national anthem. I'm American. I love the USA, but, you know, in this mixed 4x4, I hope the Bahamas gets it done.
Well, we're leaping into the unknown with a lot of excitement and a lot of anticipation. You see the official on the left directing the crowd, directing the swarm of athletes in terms of just reminding them, of course they know how 4x4s work. But there is Shawnee Miller-Uibo, Olympic gold snatched from Allyson Felix of the USA. She's in good form. Did a bit of long jump a couple of weeks ago as well. She really is a star. And she'll take the baton off Stephen Gardner, 44-26, the world leader. But the Polish team, Kozlowski for them. He'll lead them off. So, Bahamas on the verge of a world relay gold. That is Stephen Gardner, lowered his own national record with that world lead of 44.26 seconds. Lane number 8 then, Botswana. Male, female, male, female. That's their strategy. The Kenyans in 7. They're going the same route. Man, woman, man, woman. Jamaica in 6. Bell, Tracy, Booley and Rose. The United States of America. Berry will lead them off. Michael Berry to Stepta. Claudia Francis on the leg to bring them home. Stephen Gardner, Shawnee Miller-Weibo, Antonique Strawn and Michael Matthew in 4 for the Bahamas. The Polish team, they're going a different route. Male, female, female, male. Australia, Mason Cohen, Joshua Ralph, Curran Nelson in the middle for them. And then completing the lineup in 1, Solomon, Williams, Callender and Charles. So, males and females, first legs, last legs. The final event of the 2017 World Relays, a mixed 4x400 meters. Trinidad and Tobago in 1, Australia in 2, Poland in 3, Bahamas in 4, United States in 5, Jamaica in 6, Kenya in 7, Botswana in 8. Maybe not so much about the best team, it might be about the best strategy. So the gun goes and the crowd roars. Stephen Gardner, the world leader. As you say, Dan O'Brien, they've loaded the first 2 legs, the Bahamians, with Gardner and Miller-Weibo. Will it pay dividends? Obviously, down the back straight, the world leader goes.
Well, and it's interesting, all 8 teams decide to run men on the very first leg. A lot of those teams are going to run women on the last, but there's a couple who have switched it up. But this is a great strategy for the Bahamians to run the 44-26 guy on the very first leg and give him a lead.
It's the biggest noise of the weekend. Gardner is going to have a good lead. The Bahamian star. Botswana are going well on the outside. The roar comes back. The Junkanoo sounds as Shawnee Miller-Weibo extends the lead of her teammate Stephen Gardner down the back straight. A battle brewing for second, but the crowd are all about their Olympic champion and the lead that they've created.
This is how you win the regular 4x4. Get a good lead, make it easy for your 3rd and 4th leg. The Bahamians are way out in front now. It's theirs to lose.
Well, this was to be expected in terms of the lead. The crowd are cheering and chanting, their arms are in the air. Look at the lead that Gardner and Miller-Weibo have.
Here's where things are going to get really interesting. Now we have women running against men for the first time in this relay. We'll see what the men can do to catch up.
Antonique Strawn down the back straight. But here comes the US of A. Paul Diduo trying to track down Antonique Strawn. Trinidad and Tobago in 3rd. Now the Americans pounce. Diduo overtakes Strawn down the home straight. The American will hand over to Claudia Francis on their last leg. The Bahamas, though, will hand over to Matthew Mateu. This is going to be a fantastic finish. USA, Bahamas, Trinidad and Tobago, Kenya, the final leg.
But Claudia Francis, the younger sister of Phyllis Francis, who ran earlier on that women's 4x400 meter winning leg. Can she hold up Michael Matthew? Here he comes.
Michael Matthew chasing down the Bahamian. He's got the momentum. He's got her in her sights. The crowd are going absolutely wild. The Bahamas on the final event of this World Relays. Time it to perfection. Bahamas take gold. USA pick up the silver and Jamaica the bronze. Is there a better way for the 2017 IAAF ITC World Relays to finish than with a victory for the Bahamas?
This crowd has waited all weekend to see this team, to see this Bahamian team win a gold medal. Now they're not only going to get to see them win a gold medal, but they're going to hear the national anthem.
The different connotations of all the team. Oh yes. Extra conch fritters tonight.
I think since we've been here this weekend, though, we've taken in everything that the Bahamas has to offer. The sand, the sea, the sun. And you can't help but get sucked into all their traditions, great hospitality. And we've all indulged in the great food, the great chicken and the fish. And somebody here on the end can't lay off the conch fritters.
Oh, there's a few thousand people in here that can't lay off celebrating. It was just set up wonderfully well. But Francis, she'd have known that Matthew was coming. That's going to be a special moment for the Bahamian team here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium.
Well, Ditto from the U.S. He came from way back to catch Antonique Strawn. And I thought, all right, 50 meters is good enough for a man to catch a woman. Then Michael Matthew turns around and returns the favor.
Not one person has left the stadium. There'll be interviews to come. There's medals to come. And of course, the third time that the USA will collect the golden baton. Well, of all the 3 different events they've had here at the World Relays in terms of changing it from the 4x1500 to the distant medley, I think it's fair to say the mixed 4x4 has been the best received. Confirmation of the 4x4 relay with men and women. Gold for the Bahamas. US pick up the silver and Jamaica the bronze. What a wonderful way to finish these IAAF BTC World Relays. They'd waited patiently for that unique event. Shawnee Miller-Weibo, the star, is down on the trackside.
I'm here with the lady of the hour. Was that as much fun to run as it was to watch?
Well, it really was. You know, I just first like to thank God for the team that he put together. You know, we had a senior in the team, Mike, and he helped us put the team together, and we just went with what he said, and we came out victorious with it, and we put on a great show like I promised you guys, and just want to say thank you, Bahamas.
Team Bahamas, mixed 4x4 champions. Enjoy your victory lap.
Thank you.
Well, Shawnee Miller-Weibo. Dan O'Brien next to me a couple of days ago said she's a smart athlete. I said, I know, she's fast, she's good with tactics. And you said?
She married a decathlete. That's what I love about her most. She's got good taste. She's smart. She's going to be a happy woman the rest of her life.
Should I share with the world that her PB, her best ever, is faster than her husband's, or should we just leave it?
Say that quietly.
Yeah.
We'll say that in quiet terms.
Stephen Gardner. It means a lot to win a race in your own backyard. And what a story it was. We knew it was going to be a cracker. They loaded up the front, as Dan said. The world leader, Stephen Gardner, excuse me, absolutely flew. Then Gardner handed over to Miller Weibo. The lead that she then extended and gave to Anthony Strawn. The USA got back in the mix. But the final leg of their male athlete for the baton home for the home nation on the final event. A super edition, a super race.
And that's Strawn, who ran so hard. And put it all on the line to secure gold. And this stadium just was incredible. It was rocking in that last race and that last lap. Unbelievable scenes here, Dan.
There was a boom in there. Boom.
That was the
boom. I loved it. It was exciting, yeah.
They enjoyed it. They've seen something they'll be talking about for a few days, I'm sure. Really great moment, and what a way. That's the perfect way to finish these World Relays.
And I know how Catherine's going to celebrate. Conch fritters with that sauce over the top.
It's just one, as I said yesterday, Dan, it's just one of probably 50 reasons why I'd move here in a heartbeat.
We think of some of those finishes that the Bahamians have been involved in where they've just been picked to gold. Now they've got it.
Indeed they have. The final presentation then of this year's World Relays.
To present the medals, please welcome the council member from the International Association of Athletics Federations, Antti Pilalakoski. Bronze medalist.
So
Jamaica.
The bronze medalist in the mixed 4x4, the team from Jamaica.
Medals presented to Javier Bell, Ristana
Such
Tracy,
a unique, I'd have
Latoya
loved
Gould,
to have
and
done a
Jamari
mixed
Rowe.
relay when I was running back when the world was grey, Dan. It would have been so much fun. And it just kind of encapsulated, hasn't it, the vibe and the World Relays as an experience, trying different things. And it's gone down a storm. So Jamaica picked up the bronze in the final
Silver
event.
medalists, the United States.
The US of A, well, they'll be awarded with the golden baton as the best team over these last 2 days shortly. But they pick up a silver in the final event of the mixed 4x4. Paul Diduo on the third leg gave them the lead back.
The medals awarded to Michael Berry, Jade Stepter, Paul
But it was
Bedwell,
second in the
and
end.
Claudia Francis.
As Claudia Francis was overhauled for the second Bahamian male star in their team. alternated male, female, whereas the Bahamas went male, female, male.
2017
But to be honest, I don't think it matters what order. The noise rises again for the gold medal winners, the Bahamas. Stephen Gardner, Shawnee Miller-Weibo, Antonique Strawn and Michael Matthew. Good to see Antonique Strawn coming up and collecting a medal. Shots a few moments ago, and maybe a little bit of an issue.
Shawnee Miller-Weibo. Antonique Strawn.
Loud cheers individually as every name is announced.
And the Golden Knight, anchor leg, Michael Matthew.
Stephen Gardner, I like the way he's still so tired down. He had his hands on his knees, and it just made it easier to put the medal around Stephen Gardner's neck as they turn for the national anthem.
Well, they're just soaking up the atmosphere. What tremendous scenes here at the Thomas A. Robinson Stadium. The Bahamians bring home gold at the climax of these IAAF BTC World Relays. There's confirmation. It's goal for Bahamas. The end of a dramatic night of finals here on the second evening of the World Relays.
Well, the 4x8 was super for the men, the 4x4 women. It was a bit of a USA charge, wasn't it, in terms of finals tonight? But then Canada redeemed themselves in the 4x200 metre relay.
Big win for the Canadians, joining the list of gold medalists at World Relays. Well, the United States weren't to be deposed in the 4x400 metres relay for men. Tremendous emotions on show, with the upset victory, perhaps of the weekend, certainly of the night, the Germans 4x100 metre relay for women, and the tears on the podium at their country's first gold at these games. And what can you say about the finish? A golden night, bringing a golden finish to the World Relays. This is what it all means. The golden baton is heading to the United States of America. 60 points amassed over the weekend. The Jamaicans second, the Australians come in with third. A fantastic performance from them this weekend. The Bahamas make it onto the front page after that thrilling finish. Points too for the French, the Botswanans impressed. Canada on there as well. And some atmosphere to bring us to a conclusion. A celebration of Bahamian culture, which really works when you consider we're still celebrating a Bahamian gold right at the finale.
That's what I mean. You couldn't have scripted it better, Dan, could you? The colour, the costume, the music. It's an absolute vision. When it was raining earlier, there was concern for the Junkanoo because they've got a lot of paper in their costumes and it would have just disintegrated and melted. But here come the athletes and the Stars and Stripes for the third time. Dan O'Brien pick up this golden baton, the American team.
The USA track and field is just exploding. So many young kids want to be involved in the sport in our country, and they just continue to produce great athletes, athletes being identified at a very young age, thus being very, very successful.
Yes, and it doesn't seem to matter which IAAF event you go to, whether we're looking at youngsters, those of the future, the established stars. They're bringing it home at the moment for a very dominant United States team.
Well, it bodes well for individual athletes and teams for this World Championship year. Everybody, the big names will be coming to London between the 4th and the 13th of August. Age group championships, of course, throughout the year in the IAAF program. The under-18 championships in Kenya in July. But it's all about the stars in Nassau here, and the Stars and Stripes in particular.
You know, I think we did learn a lot from these championships, though. There's a contender, somebody who can compete against the US and Jamaica in the 4x1, and that's Canada. Shanae Miller is an absolute star. Andre DeGrasse is maybe ready to take the mantle from Usain Bolt as Usain Bolt retires, but the US reigns supreme in the 4x400 meter relays, both on the men's and women's side, and middle distance running for the US is strong. But you know, there's contenders in other events, and so I think we really learned a lot from these championships.
Just looking back over the last two nights, Dan, some of the memories that will stand out for you across the competition. It's been thrilling stuff again, and a format that is really going down well.
You know, I just can't stop thinking about the Canadians and how strong they've become over the last couple of years. You get a star in your midst like Andre DeGrasse, and all of a sudden that can change the whole complexion of your sprinting culture in that country. That's one of the things that I really think about. But, you know, I look down at the red, white, and blue. Wow, they just continue to pile on the points.
You know what it's done, guys? It's just reiterated and probably accelerated even more, if possible, my love for the relay events. Love track and field through and through, of course. We look forward to the summer when we bring in the other track events and the field events, of course. But it's been the drama that relays bring. The drama and the stories have been absolutely superb. Oh, yes, here we go. Now they're bossing some moves as well. They're winning the golden baton. They're dancing. There's just no stopping the Americans.
They've got a podium to get onto, but they want a Junkanoo. Do you know what, as well? I think that the sheer unpredictability, which is the drama and excitement that we love in sport, and I think that was highlighted by that German victory in the relay there, and what it meant to them, and those scenes on the podium, which were really emotional and special. A victory we didn't see, and they acknowledged themselves. They didn't really see it coming. They ran hard, they ran well, and they ran to gold.
Well, at the start of these World Championships, Sebastian Coe said we could all learn something from the Bahamians as an educated crowd. What I loved about this crowd is they gave as much respect to the last place finisher as they did the first place, and they cheered even louder sometimes for those third and fourth place finishes.
Well, it's a colourful, loud and proud finish here in Nassau. The Americans, well, they're pretty good movers anyway, these guys, but I think they're just learning some new ones this weekend now.
I could dance like that. in my dreams.
11:15 p.m. local time, Catherine, so well, you better get a move on.
I definitely can't dance like these guys and girls here, though. What a vibe they bring, and the athletes are being put in place, Tony. It's been a wonderful World Relays. And in just a moment's time, as we see a shot of Shawnee Miller-Weibo, obviously the biggest star for the home crowd here this weekend.
Yes.
Well, she says her life hasn't changed too much since she won that gold medal, but I think she's fibbing. Her life has really incredibly changed.
But here they are. There's our winners. 9 events completed over 2 sparkling nights of athletics. It ends with the United States on the podium. Golden Baton winners at the 2017 World Relays. And the Bahamas flag flying higher. They put on another great show this weekend. Collection of medals, and they're going to be added to by a golden bat.
The 2017 World Relays champions for the 3rd consecutive time, the United States.
The golden baton belongs to the United States. So the US came here with the favourites tag, and they've most definitely lived up to it. They're heading home with a golden baton after 2 tremendous nights of track action here in Nassau in the Bahamas. 60 points for the USA, the gold medalists, the golden baton winners. Thanks for joining us. Hope you've enjoyed your coverage. For Dan O'Brien and Catherine Merry, it's Tony Husband saying goodbye.